のことば繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle far from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars never be apart. Shine.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from
here we are, the last day of the split. It's been a wild ride over the past few weeks, but after all, this is what EU League of Legends is about. From the best space creators, the dankest ventures, the most intrusive thoughts and resident sleeper games, the illusions of grandeur, and the brightest smiles outside the rift. Ah, I love LEC. And I hope you're still hungry for more League because we saved the best for dessert. Our winter finals will feature a repeat of Carmine Corp against G2 Esports. And I know it was a wet squid last week, but while G2 was patiently waiting for today, KC gave their all last night, and they want their revenge. It doesn't get any better than this. So grab a seat, popcorn, tissues, hot monitors for all I know, and let's get into Red and Check.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow's storm! It's not back, it's the Coma, but the clap is oh my god! Claps! Everybody, you know the story, you know the legend!
Welcome to the 2025 Winter Split Final. We're still in the studio and we're so excited to have you back here with us today. I'm Laura, I will be your host for the day, and I will be opening the show with Shox, Finn, and Jack Spectra. What a day we have ahead of us. Ladies first.
Yes, what a day. I'm super happy. Wonderful introduction by you as well, Laura. But the fact that we had a G2 that was really ramping up throughout the split, right? They love to plant the seed of, oh, we're really not that good.
Yeah.
But they are. And then KC yesterday making it in a full 5 games. And I feel like we really needed a new finalist to kind of try and push G2 off the throne.
And I'm just so excited because you can choose any lane today and it's going to be a crazy storyline to break down. I think there's just so many hype matchups today from top to bot across the board. I think everything is exciting about today.
So many amazing stories from both sides.
What's your favorite?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, probably my favorite is Vladdy, but overall this whole K-Corp is like a fairy tale, you know? It's like their demise last year and how poor they looked, and now the fact that they're built around 2 rookies that were like, I mean, they were unknown until they became extremely hyped, right? And I feel like the fact that they have that core makes it so much more exciting to watch rather than being built a team around players that we already know. It feels like we have so much to look forward to. Even if they lose today, I'm still going to be excited for K-Corp next split and keep that momentum building.
For me, today is about the new generation of players that we will discover and keep on seeing in the LEC in the coming years. But let's roll back a bit. It's been an exciting split. We saw so many exciting moments, whether it's from interviews, from gameplay itself. We'll see about this. But we want to award actually some moments, starting with maybe best interview.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Which ones would they be?
Which ones would it be? Let's take
What do you guys
look.
remember?
I feel like this was a really entertaining split.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'm in it, so I always think that, but there were some...
For me, it's been about the banter.
Yeah, let's look at the... Oh, the Upset Mickey X Foundationalized. that was good.
But
I just know we had people voting on these, by the way.
Yeah, with people voting on this. For me, it was the Mickey Broken Blade. I love this love story.
Yeah, and for me, I love the Jojopion humanoid. That was like constant throughout the entire split. They were just shitting on each other on broadcast. He's constantly talking
Yeah, not
trash.
on the Rift though.
Not on the Rift. Nah, that was they were saving it for summer. Don't worry about it.
And
I mean, for me, the Foundation-wise, I still had people in solo queue that were typing it to me, so it doesn't seem to have some impact. But I think Yoto and Versatil Falco, for me, just that quote.
You made
the
this one.
aftermath of it.
TLDR. She told me, she said, hey, Giotto has a hot take. It's that he thinks that G2 isn't going to make Worlds. And then I was like, okay. So I asked him, I'm like, and you know, other teams are going to get better like G2. And I just saw his eyes lit up. So
trigger warning.
Well done.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
Well done. We'll keep this
so who's the winner?
Yeah, let's reveal, shall we?
A lot more from Giant X, and I didn't see that in the last few weeks. So for me, I think this roster has potential to be top 4, and a clear, good showing against G2 will really like foundationalize that.
That's a made-up word, but it did sound really good. What do you guys think about what they're talking about? Is the only real way to attack G2 right now to attack jungle support?
I mean, I think it's all about foundationalizing, like Spectra says. If they foundationalize well, they can probably get a huge advantage in the foundation department. But if they do it poorly, it's probably going to be really hard for them to snowball the game.
Yeah. And I think all of it starts in the bot lane. I think...
Is that the foundation?
That's the foundation, yeah.
It's the beauty of English. You can make up anything. Any comments on this?
I don't know. I feel like it didn't sound as bad in my head.
It doesn't sound bad.
I feel like it should be a word.
I believe it. I think we should start using it.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it. Next category we have is the best team fight play. We had a lot.
Is it best mic check moment?
Best mic check first? All right, let's go best mic check.
Oh.
Here we go.
Irrelevance password, Razork versus Yike. Fnatic Missing Brain, I do remember that one.
Fnatic Missing Brain has one of the fastest in the play.
I don't remember them all. Which one is Nars and Easy Dive?
No.
I think that's probably like they said Nars and Easy Dive right before they completely fumbled
the dive. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Fnatic Missing Brain heard that one. Razork versus Yike.
I really liked Irrelevance when it just like flamed 113 for not knowing the password.
Yeah.
Or no, 113 flamed him for not knowing the password, and then he flamed 113 back. That was a really funny exchange.
Classic players. This is usually before disasters as well in game. Let's reveal the winner for this one.
In class, I was like drawing jungle clear with this.
That's why you have the second fastest jungle clear today.
Yeah. Oh,
but I heard Yike was doing that in like
preschool. Yeah.
No,
preschool,
shut up, please, guys. Did you know, guys, that if you're in base at you press B at second 58, you are exactly at the Raptors at 130?
Yeah, of course.
So you don't waste any time.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, now you know.
I mean, I kind of knew already because Yike told me last.
Love it.
That's not the one I remember the most, though. But yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's very fun. Looking back at it now after yesterday.
We for the last one, I feel like we want to celebrate things that didn't go well.
Okay.
Happy little accidents, as we're gonna call them. There's been a few, to say the least.
What is a happy little accident?
Well, I think it's in-game accidents.
Okay.
I believe Mickey Israel, Harzy's
Jackie's
Kaisa.
versus Camilo. Oh no, he's catching strays.
Yeah, I mean, of course he has to. Hidiseng's Herald would be my favorite.
Yeah, I really like
Hidiseng
Hidiseng Herald, especially with the voice comms, because then you hear his jungler saying, "Oh, they're gonna smite your Herald," and he's like, "No." And then he drives in the Herald. Herald gets smited, and he just dies.
Yeah, and he explained it later, and he was like, "Guys, even I didn't know what I was doing for this one." So let's reveal the winner.
58 on HP. Mickey won't find him, and now he's a bit deep. That's a level 6 Zyra still going to try and fight this Yone. What is going on, Mickey?
Yes, ignite. I think he's trying to ignite it.
Fight Seal comes on through, the shield comes in, and Team Heretics pick up 2 kills.
Well,
happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents.
Indeed.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of those.
Any closing lines on what we saw on your highlights?
Mickey is a good rel.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
let's not do him any disservice.
we can give him that.
In defensive
Mickey, sorry. Yeah.
In defensive rel.
We have a lot to cover. You have a lot to cover.
I do have to go interview the players.
Who are you going to interview?
Yike for KC, obviously, right? Against his ex-team. And then the top father, Broken Blade. I feel like I'll leave you with that topic, but it's everyone against Broken Blade.
There's, yeah. I mean, it's the mountain that they want to overcome today. Shox, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Looking forward to the interviews, and there's so much when it comes to today's matchup, whether it's on G2 side, whether it's on KC's side. There's a lot of history for both these lineups and how they came where they are today. I feel like G2 is coming in as favorites, but KC can give them a run for the money. When you look at G2 and the way they arrived in the LEC with a new project this year, bringing new blood, trusting new blood, it took a bit of time to get things in motion. But I feel like people doomed them before they had time to show anything, and what a growth from G2 and especially these new players that they brought in.
Yeah, I think it's just because when you look at G2 the past 2 years, they achieved everything almost you can achieve in Europe. So when they come in and they make changes to roster like that, they're gonna be open to critique if that doesn't work out. And the first 3 weeks looked shaky from G2. I think that's an objective truth. But then the G2 acceleration we saw across the split, and we're seeing where they are today, it just feels like they're back on that mountain. They're back at the top. And that is once again the team you need to beat if you want to beat, if you want to win Europe.
And I do love kind of G2's direction in the last 2 years, that they are very open to bringing in new players and rookies. And I feel like maybe part of that is also K-Corp looking at that and saying, you know, we need to have rookies to beat them. And I feel like it's the same with like Team Heretics, you know. A lot of teams right now in the LEC are willing to take a chance on these players. And I think it's so healthy for the league, and it makes it so much more exciting to watch.
And that's really exciting about KC because, as you said, when you look at the team they have right now, the core of the team being rookies, and also looking at Kalist in the way he completely surpassed the expectations that we had for this player at the beginning of the year. Yike, of course, here, captain being first for his team, but I have a lot of admiration for what this roster built, from being dead last year in the LEC into making their LEC finals for the first time ever 1 year later. What a glow up.
What a glow up. And it really reminds me of those old teams of Europe where they will come in a rookie team and just show everyone what deep talent pool we have in Europe. And seeing Kalist and Vladi just come to this talent and just come into fruition in this way, I think it's just so beautiful to see. Because when you get a rookie with this amount of confidence, you just want to see how far they can go. Is this finally the time where we can actually compete internationally? Because I think this is what we need. We need new blood in Europe, and we need people that is willing to go on stage with confidence and compete against the world.
And they got a test at what it takes to be the best, I feel like. Last week, Jack Spectra, when you look at the first time they faced off against G2 Esports in a best of 5, wasn't pretty for them.
Yeah.
What weaknesses did G2 expose for that?
I mean, I think it was the weakest we've seen Kalist. For me, I've watched him and played against him a long time, and it was the worst series I've ever seen him play. I think maybe part of it was nerves, part of it was like, I think also the draft in Game 1 and Game 4 was, I mean, the Game 4 draft was unplayable, I think. So I hope they made some draft adjustments. That for me is a big part of it. And I hope that Kalist can move on with some of the confidence that he's gotten from the other series to show a better showing today.
From what we saw with them last week into what they showed yesterday against Fnatic Finn, do you see any hope for KC? Did you see anything that makes you think that this time it could go differently?
Oh, I definitely think so. I think coming into yesterday, it looked like they were losing in the later drafts as well, like we saw against G2. But coming into that 5, seeing how creative they were, seeing that Jarvan won 2 by Yike, I really feel like they showed evolution. And I think Kalist had a good series the entire of yesterday. I don't think he had any weak games. I think they had some 2v2 oopsies
I mean, he
in
had
the bot
one
lane.
weak game, the Seri one.
Yeah. But in general, I think I just really saw a lot of creativity in Game 5, and I really liked their Game 5 draft. I'm talking about it a lot, but it was just very coercive. It was a great draft, even when there's so many bans out. And I think that's great to see, because we want to see those long series today, and we want to see KC challenge G2, not only on the Rift, but also in draft.
And that's the thing. Who can challenge G2? Who can challenge G2's preparation? Whatever they throw in game, it feels like every year is the same thing. They're unbeatable. So maybe there's hope. Maybe KC can find a way to take their revenge on G2 Esports today. And maybe Vedius can teach us a thing or two about this.
Hey everyone, I'm Vedi, and I was asked to make a segment on how to beat G2.
That's what I was thinking.
Which is a bit unfair, considering very few teams have been able to do it here in Europe. So why they thought little old Vedi had the answers is beyond me. But it did prompt a thought. To understand how to beat G2, I figured it was best to understand what really allows them to win games. What separates them from the rest of Europe. And to do that, I've got 3 clips of what I thought were each of the game-defining moments in their wins against KC. So we're going to start with this very first clip, and immediately I'm going to roll it out, and you'll notice on the minimap that G2 is in a winning position. They've just secured themselves the dragon, and Hans Sama finds himself very fed on the bot side of the map. With the risk of a dive coming through, the swap is happening on the other side of the map as both Kalist and Targamas are making their way for a cross-map play. But notice that all 5 members are hovering around the top side of the map. This is a heavy investment of resources that is providing G2 with a lot of space. Labrov recognizes this, along with Caps, along with Skumon, all efficiently moving around the map to maximize their farm and gain advantages where they can. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Kalist makes a small overstep and Broken Blade immediately punishes it. Now, I get it, after this first clip, it may seem a bit confused as to what my point is, but don't worry, that's why we have more clips. Moving into the second one, you'll notice here, this looks like just traditional standard laning. G2 have the push in bot, they have the push in mid, but immediately, Skumon uses that advantage to move into the enemy jungle. They look for a contest, they look for a fight, and then they look for a dive. Now, the dive in and of itself isn't the crucial part. The crucial part is the involvement of Broken Blade. You'll notice him TPing into the bot lane play and looking to join his team. As the dragon is secured, he wants to not waste his time, so he's going to look to try and grab another wave bot. But crucially, notice how many members of KC are looking to collapse. 5 members are sending their way towards the bot side to try and kill Broken Blade, who's able to not only get a kill, but waste a lot of time. Because look at the rest of the map. G2 is already reset. They've already assigned their lanes. And as they push in mid and push in top, that gives them full control over the enemy jungle. And the reason why that play was so game-defining was because of their ability to immediately move into the enemy jungle and punish Yike once more, putting him in a spot where it was very difficult for KC to then come back. What makes it even worse is they converted into another huge team fight, cementing their authority in this game. We jump over to our final clip, and unsurprisingly, Broken Blade is another key piece of this. On his Shogath, he looks to continue his pressure on the bot side of the map. And as I bring up the minimap, notice that he is isolated with a bit of coverage from Skewmond. He finds a nice solo kill on Takana, who overstays a little too long on the bot side and doesn't respect it. Crucially though, a fight is going to look to start in mid, and notice on the minimap that he's going to rotate from top towards the middle lane, drawing his attention away from the top side, which Broken Blade has easy access to. With 2 towers now secured by Broken Blade along with the Herald, G2 set themselves up nicely for what will be an effective mid-game. No time is wasted as we jump only a minute later to find them already setting up a siege onto the mid lane tower and forcing KC back. The pressure is unrelenting even though they conceded that Drake from earlier. Fight after fight, pressure after pressure, they're putting all of this weight onto KC and slowly they're starting to buckle, especially as the Atakan comes through. And this is the crucial point. KC find themselves separated and G2 immediately punish. Now, you might be wondering, what is the point that I'm trying to get at? And I have 2 main takeaways from the clips that I've shown you. The first is that Broken Blade is an absolute monster. He was a huge contributor in every single clip I just showed you. And while it's easy to understand why a lot of these plays go unnoticed, the man is a cornerstone to the success of G2, so if you want to beat them, you need to find a way of limiting this man's impact. The second is that in reality, G2 isn't doing anything out of this world. They're just playing good, fundamental League of Legends. They play around their priorities, they punish poor positioning, and they have good lane assignments. Consistency in these core fundamentals is what separates them from everyone else. They aren't unbeatable, they do have weaknesses, but to even expose them, you have to meet them at the level of their basics.
Welcome everybody to the pregame check-in at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint when I am with the top fodder, Broken Blade, who is standing in front of yet another grand final with G2. And Broken Blade, let me start this way. Is it correct of me to say that your personal confidence in your performance and you against the field here in Europe feels at an all-time high?
I mean, you could say that, but that is also backed up of the hard work I've put on being here every single time. And I feel like every year there's a new challenge. And this time around it's with 2 new guys on the roster, with another coach as well. So it feels very fresh. This final feels very fresh comparing it to the last 2 years. So I'm very, very excited to win this one today. And I will give my best.
Yeah, wonderful. There is a lot of work that goes into it. We've heard you talk about that a lot, and I know you can't give specifics about what sets you apart, but I feel in G2 something has really shifted. You are the man everybody is looking at first and foremost. You are always stable. Have you felt that shift within yourself over the last couple of years, and how conscious was that?
I mean, I feel like over the years I had some highs, some lows. I always want to be at the consistent level, and especially since last year, I feel like in the international tournaments, I've realized how much closer I've gotten to the level that I want to be, and I think that is a big plus for me. Looking to bring that in for the next international tournament, which will be there if we win today. So I have to go there. You know, like that is the mindset I have. That I have to go there, so I'm putting the effort in to go there.
I love that you're talking about international competition. Worlds 2023, you had a best of 1 versus D plus Kia, and a top laner named Kana. This is who you're facing today. Is anything going to be different in the result and in the way you can dominate this top laner today?
I actually thought about that as well before facing Kana. Also last week I thought about the same thing. Last week we beat him. I feel like today he's going to come up with something different, because obviously last time it didn't work. I think he's going to probably be a bit more carry oriented, so it's going to be funny to shut him down in both picks. So I'm very excited again. Like I think it's going to be very fun. Yike's probably also very pissed that we beat him, so it's going to be very nice.
The revenge is coming from a lot of different sides. Did you feel last week you were in Yike's head?
I mean, I think we are still in his head. Hopefully, he will gang me a lot. I told him last time, please gang me. I hope he does today as well. See what happens. Very excited to play against Yag, always.
I love it. Thank you so much. Good luck. When you come at the top, Father, you best not miss. Odo?
Thank you, Shocks, for the very valuable insight from Broken Blade. And on the topic of crazy champions, let's have a little dive into BB's champion pool and let's say spooky theme that he seems to be going for in his recent games. I know Anivia was over there, but we're going to get to it real quickly. Let's kick it off with Warwick. Everyone knows Warwick, how incredibly frustrating he is. He has incredible sustain. He's deceptively tanky and has huge playmaking abilities, small skirmishes across the map. And even now, when he's playing against Ambessa, one of the best champions in the game, she has to ulti out against a Warwick that is 10% HP just because of barrier. Now, this is a feeling that everyone is very familiar with. It really feels like you can never kill the Warwick, and BB found incredible success with it. But now, let's kick it off to Cho'Gath. A gentleman champion, you know, but he still kind of screams at you every once in a while, so it's a bit spooky. He's a champion that is very, very hard to pull you out of lane, has huge teamfight presence with his basic abilities and the amount of space that he can be getting, and also complement G2's draft priorities incredibly well. But at the same time, as a bonus, he gets to do something that not a lot of champions can do in League of Legends, and he gets to eat champions. So if you can play the replay just to perfectly showcase the thing that Cho'Gath is best at. Yeah, that's enough for me. This champion has found great success for BB. But now to the cream of the crop here, Anivia. Now, everyone might say, why is Anivia a spooky champion? We saw it in LCK, it has good swaps. But now let's play a replay, because I saw it on BB and I thought it was very, very interesting. Because if you play against BB and this happens to you in solo queue, what do? If you're Fiora right now, you're like, where's the minion? There's no minion wave. What's going on? Are you tripping or what's going on? But now look at this madman, what he's doing. He is walling the minion, and now he's not going to do it only once. He does it twice, and traditionally, and now he's blocking minion, blocking assault, but traditionally, when you think about Anivia top lane, the thing that makes her incredibly weak is the fact that she has poor wave control. But now with the fact that the minions are just going on a little school trip every now and then, it just nullifies a lot of those loose conditions that Anivia seems to be having, and she's gonna scale on to be a great champion throughout the game. But now I think there's one more champion that I'm missing over here. Let me think about it. I think it was oh yeah, oh definitely, it is the Nocturne. BB has been playing it in solo queue with incredible success. Has a lot of great roam power, and also the thing that is spookiest about Nocturne is his ult. It's just incredible to find picks across the map, and I just feel like it's gonna be a champion that I'm on the lookout for today for BB. That was it for me. It's fine, guys. It can only target one person. That's probably me. So let's just take it away from here.
As Odo said, only one person can get Nocturne ulted, and I feel like there's a lot of options on KC's side to give them a run at their money here and actually take revenge on G2 from last week. Jack Spectra, I want to talk about Vladdy first, because if he came without any expectations surrounding him last year, and he became one of the best, the second best mid laner we have in the league.
Yeah.
Could he overcome Caps is my question.
I mean, for me, it's been incredibly exciting. I think Vladdy has been much more exciting than Kalist in the playoffs. Like, how hard he gapped Humanoid yesterday was just crazy. I feel like every single game, even the game where Humanoid had 11 kills on the Aurelion Soul, I felt like Vladdy was able to do more in teamfights. His movement, his cockiness, and the confidence that he's bringing to the table, and his stats, everything just lines up so beautifully.
And I mean, I feel like we see the improvement day by day for Vladdy. Honestly, when I look at the player he was last year, with a lot of potential still, but now that's what I'm interested in the most when it comes to the matchup against Caps, Finn, because when I look at the stats, when I look at everything he's been able to do this week, the weeks before, and how strong he became for KC, if someone can stand up to Caps, it has to be him.
I think so, yeah. I really think he is one of the core fundamentals and the core bricks right now in the wall that is KC. But another guy I want to talk about is my Swedish brother Yike, because this man was disregarded by G2. They won everything they could win here in Europe, and they still got rid of him for Skewmond. And now he's bringing these rookies to the finals together, and it's really their time to show that it's time for him to show that G2 made a mistake getting rid of him. He can show them and he can shut them up.
What I think crazy is that people were saying that Yike is nothing without Caps. He's nothing without G2. And he's one best of 5 away from winning another title with another team. And Shox caught up with him earlier today at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint in the pre-game check-in. Let's check out what he had to say.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the pre-game check-in at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint. Because I have Yike here with me. What an unbelievable day after an unbelievable win. Yesterday, a general temperature check. Yike, this is a chance I think you've probably been waiting for since the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
You have a mic.
Yeah, I have a
Yep.
mic, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for this since, what happened last year, like everything that happened, the off-season and everything. And I have a new team, and I managed to go to the finals again. So I want to keep the win streak of me winning finals. So I'm very excited for this.
I want to talk about that for a second, because can you paint me a picture of the things you went through in terms of having to say goodbye to a team that you left so much in emotionally and performatively, and then having to say goodbye and build out your own path again on KC, if you look back on what you've achieved already so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy journey for me. I mean, playing 2 years in G2 is for sure took a big hit in me, like leaving the team and leaving all the players, the staff I worked with. But I have a new team now, and new players, new staff, and it feels like a very new experience, and I can learn a lot from this.
Are you grateful in a way that it has gone this way and that you really had to look within yourself and that you succeeded so far? And I think being quite the leader for this team as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very grateful. I mean, I'm happy that I experienced what I did, and I think I wouldn't be here if everything didn't happen. Like, there's no point of me being here, so I'm just happy with everything that happened.
Everything happens for a reason. We hear a lot of good things about the KC coaching staff specifically and about how they approach things without, of course, giving the specifics, right? How well surrounded do you feel comparatively maybe to also a very good system that you had in G2?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because G2's system was insanely good, of course. Like, G2 always had a good system. They always got good feedback. And going into KC is for sure like some different stuff. But I think there's new stuff that also looks like better for me and like improvements. And yeah, I really like everything that the KC staff has come with us.
Okay, finally, let's talk about G2. It is the team that you put so much into. I know that revenge plays a little bit of a part, or at least proving yourself. Talk to me about your motivation today to give the KC fans what they are yearning for.
Yeah, I mean, I know KC had a very rough year last year, and I'm joining the team this year, and we are already in the finals. And I know how well G2 has been performing the last 2 years, so it will be an amazing way for like the KC's like journey to start, winning this first LEC split, and also ending the G2 era. That's my goal.
I love it. Thank you so much, Yike. Good
Thank
luck,
you.
and let's hope for an awesome final.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shox. Amazing to hear from Yike, and what an amazing history and trajectory for this player, from having success at G2 to finding success and staying in one of the top teams once again, Finn, and today he's playing against Kumon.
Yeah, and I feel like Yike's career and Skumon's career just mirrors each other, because right now Skumon is going through what Yike did 2023, and this is kind of Yike's chance to kind of shut down that same trajectory and stop him in his tracks, and I think that's just such a cool matchup.
There's so much history in every lane for this matchup. There is so much that we could talk about, but for me, when I think about Yike, what it could mean for him, all these rookies at KC, what it could mean for them, the coaching staff, the org even, because when I think of Kameto, this is his life's project. And Last year was the roughest year and the roughest debut they could have had in the league. But when I see passion like this, guys, and when I see what League of Legends and when I see what a project like this finding success can bring to a man and to the fans cheering for this team, I'm all for it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's just, it screams passion, it screams ambition, and it makes you want to see them succeed.
And honestly, props to them, because being a new org, they are our newest org in the league right now, and going from dead last to, well, actually they weren't really dead last, but to having such a coherent project that, you know, it makes sense. Everyone is doing their part to making sure that KC gets elevated time and time again. It is honestly so exciting to see them in this position right now.
Yeah, and that passion is just such a privilege to be part of, because we love seeing it, and this is really what it's all about here in LEC.
I want to see some predictions, actually. I want to see what people think about this matchup, because even if G2 might be favored, I don't know. What did I say? I didn't say anything. I didn't say.
I feel like I'm the traitor
FF.
here.
I said FF. Yeah, I can't vote here. I'm sorry, guys. Who's the traitor here?
I am the traitor. You guys are both going for K-Corp. It's just, I have put so much passion into K-Corp this split. I have been their #1 fan almost. Even last time when they played G2, I was saying they are gonna win. They're gonna win 3-2. But they let me down. And right now, I wish they will turn me back again.
Let's see what kind of revenge they can take today, because we are ready to head into our winter finals. After 6 weeks of competition and 81 games, we get to live a new chapter of European League of Legends history. Some will say that it's not a finals if G2 is not in it, but they came with a twist this year, creating new foundations and trusting fresh blood. On the other side, we might be witnessing the most amazing turnaround we had in the LEC, from a crushing last place into making finals in the next year. Karmine Corp is actually here to show that a man's dream will never die, and today is about blood, sweat, and tears. It's time for us to kick off the 2025 Winter Finals.
Hot damn, that's some electricity as Rika gives over the first pentakill of LEC 2025. Bloody no! Bloody sucks the blood dry! That shuffle was legendary.
G2 are quickly slipping. Oh, a snipe from Hans Sama.
Kana getting lower and lower the platform from Targus. He knocks back one. He knocks Upset into the sky.
Covering ball.
It's godlike. Broken blade now. It's enough. It's enough. Just gobbles them up.
In the arena, only the strongest survive. Only those with the tenacity to overcome all odds and expectations can stand tall and claim the glory of a win on this hallowed stage. Our first team is no stranger to that glory, to titles, or to dismantling the dreams of their opposition. Even with 2 new players, they are undeniable. They are unstoppable. Your 2024 winter, spring, summer, and season champions, it's G2 Esports! In the top lane, Broken Blade! Their jungler, Skuman! Give it up for G2! Their challenger, a team built around 2 prodigal carries looking to defy expectations. Hungry for revenge and revolution, it's Karmine Corp! And top lane, Kana! Jungle Yike! Mid lane Vladdy! The finals starts now!
I think K-Corp has definitely surprised me a lot. I didn't expect them to be as good as they were, I guess. I think not only did Yike and Kalist make a huge change, I think also like Vladdy has stepped up big time.
Vladdy can pick up the slap. Vladdy on a killing spree. Targamas able to use the Mikhail's humanoid caught out. That's big. It's Vladdy buying a bit more time. Vladdy who's about to fall. Vladdy who is still standing. No one can take this man down. Severing Bolt connects and Vladdy is godlike.
The amount of talent they've amassed on that team is crazy. Vladdy and Kalist are two, other than Skewmon, like biggest upcoming players of that generation of player, and they got two of them.
Fnatic public execution coming up. Caught instantly to the backside. Humanoid going golden. It's Upset who has to make a difference, but it's Upset who's slowed. Upset who's getting run down. Upset who's been taken out. Razork has to go as well. KC take the exchange and likely the game.
I'm putting a lot of work each day to be the best version of myself, so at some point, if I'm doing the good things, it should show up.
Cap's still looking for more, and they're not climbing that blue wall.
If I didn't went to final on my first bit, I would be really ashamed. I think we mega choked against G2. Individually, I'm not gonna show the same performance. Good luck to G2 bot lane.
Finds a trade kill onto Noah now. Skewmon jumps in, gets the cleanse, an auto, the Aegis assault, and the Marshall poise!
Skewmon, that was sick!
Showing that I deserve to be in G2 will be the most important thing for me.
As I said before, that my goal is to win without Caps and BB and Hans, and I think we're gonna beat them next time.
Targamas going all in. Him and the Grubs trying to tag team Razork. Razork going in.
Yike is a really great player. I've actually started watching him back in 2021, and I actually saw how he improved like throughout the year, and he won everything. Second division, LFL, LEC obviously with G2. I have a lot of respect for him. The fact that he's showing great results with KC as well shows that he doesn't need G2 to win.
Now going in, curtain call out. Humanoid likely to fall. Mickey X has the body block, but it doesn't matter. They just line up for Vladdy.
Next.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Good job, guys. Good job. They're going to finals. Kana's still on that front line, but the dive onto the back. Kalist locked up. G2 find another. Means there's a triple for BB. A quadra for BB. Get back here, Yike. Get back here!
We'll keep fighting until the very end, and even though the game is looking tough, we've been there before and we won those. And our opponents know that we won those as well, so it's a lot of fun and I'm just looking forward to the final.
I think G2's era of dominance will end this year.
Not another usual G2 finals. Instead, it's G2 versus KC in what can only be described as the legacy versus the uprising between these two teams. My name is Serix and I'm joined by Dagda and Vedius for one of your favorite tricasts of the evening that'll take you into this best-of-5 Fearless finals to cement first stand.
And we're not going to waste any time as we jump straight into the draft. As is consistent for G2, they're going to remain with the Ambessa ban on the blue side. Draven targeted towards Kalist as well.
It does mean that I'm looking at things like the Skarner probably going to be banned away here by KC. This has kind of been the Skarner-Kalista staple on the red side the last time we saw these two teams face up. But things like the Zyra, the Pantheon that were consistently banned away by KC on that blue side, now going to be open. I'm curious if that's where they want to try and lay their stake here.
Let's see if the jungle gets banned to finish it off as well. For KC, another option there is Kalista is the main thing taken away so far.
Skarner by Maokai. A lot of the traditional EU priority picks are open, and they're going to be left open as KC issues the challenge. G2, are you going to look to lock in the Skarner? We know that it's been a power pick throughout the regular season, pretty much throughout the entire world, especially in playoffs, but does G2 want to prioritize it?
I would be surprised if they didn't. I mean, I do feel like Yike, though, has answers into it, like the Ivern that we saw from him. He looked great on it yesterday. So I think that's why G2 instead going to go over towards the Ezreal, trying to secure that strong bot lane. And it looks like maybe the Skarner just actually going to slip on through the draft.
Yike more than happy to take the Zyra as a matchup into it. We know fast-clearing junglers often do relatively well into the Skarner. Along with that, Zyra is just great with the disengage. She loves champions that come into her. So even if G2 do decide to lock in the Skarner, I think it would be a great response. With the AD carry already locked in on the side of G2, it looks like KC wants to prioritize getting Kalist, one of his best champions from Winter.
Hans Ezreal 5-0, by the way. Looks like that's why G2 want to make sure he's on the best. Maokai on the other side is going to go into the jungle most likely here in EU. And again, that Varus for Kalist. We've got favourites here now taken out for the rest of the series in this Fearless format.
Yeah, I'm now wondering what Skewmon wants to go for. Does he end up going for the Skarner? Do you want to try and opt in towards the Zyra so then you can try and play that disengage but also open up some of that AD mids?
Wow.
Or does it just go towards the Vi? So we'll be just going in that direction towards the Vi. Leona going to follow up, so strong dive, strong single target CC, and it looks like G2 looking to just put the hurt onto KC in this game.
This will be Skewmon's first Vi of the playoffs, a champion that they've largely conceded in favor of things like the Pantheon in particular. But so far, not going to be the priority. Jungler's locked in. We imagine the support's going to be the response. Will it be the Rel? Oh, it looks like the prioritization around the mid lane for Vladdy. We know that, I mean, as an individual, he's had a fantastic start to 2025, and they want to give him agency and perhaps look to pinch Caps' pool a little bit more here in Game 1.
I am also curious about things like the Rumble that could potentially be coming in that top side, because when you have that Vi, the pairing alongside the Equalizer is so strong with the cease and desist, so I think that's a combo G2 could look towards, open up AD mids for Caps, but the control mages are still what they're worried about. They're going to get rid of the Aurora.
Well, the Aurora, the space is important. Note that things like the Orianna as well have been considered along the same lines. Brom taken away as they start pinching out the support pool from Targamas. What we see so far, there's no pairing with the virus.
I wonder if they'll consider something like a Lulu to ban away as well, especially when G2 have set their sights on looking to get access to the backline. They want to kill Kalist as often as they can. Very similar to what we saw in the previous series, where remember, when we last saw Hans Sommer's Ezreal versus Kalist's Varus, they were able to get first blood straight up in the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, things like the Rakan also very strong here, so I'm not really sure what they want to try and go for. Not the best matchup in the lane, but I mean, let's be real, lane swaps exist, so you can always just avoid that. But I'm going to go for the Gnar instead. Top lane potential support, though, I would imagine for Targamas here going to be answered. Either the Rel or the Rakan, not the end of the world here.
Let's have a quick step back to top lane, though. Remember, Jay still exists here, and Kana is a Korean top laner who knows how to play the hell out of that champion, especially with the range. So we keep that in the back of our mind here while we think about the support counter, leaving Kana with more options. Rel, like you guys said, in Europe since week 1 to now, Rel has just been a mainstay.
She certainly has been. Ow. What has Broken Blade prepared for us? He has been a standout this year. I mean, for G2 over the last few years, as he has risen to the top of the ranks as the best top laner the EU has to offer. He has been cooking all sorts of creative champions, and for anyone that's been paying attention to his solo queue, you know that he had been preparing some special picks. But for Game 1, we're gonna get an on.
Look, it happens. You build him up only for it to tear it down immediately, but it does make sense, right? You've got great teamfight potential here, a strong front to back. You want that ease of engage and the follow-up for the Vi, and the Ornn offers that, but the Orianna is a surprise to me.
I have to wonder now, though. We've seen the Gwen already as an answer into the Ornn.
True.
Things like Camille, maybe even a Fiora on the top side of the map. Kana, we know him traditionally as a carry player. What carry will he look to bring into Broken Blade?
The only thing I'm worried about with the Gwen is the amount of AP damage you potentially have there, so maybe you swap into the Jax to get some of that hybrid.
I love this
And then Aatrox could work as well here, but at least something that has a bit of carry potential, but it is going to be at the Aatrox for Kana and answer to the Ornn. Kind of an old school counter, because you're able to get so much of that knock up. There's a ton of CC in your kit, so the value you get from the Bellows Breath isn't quite there for that Ornn.
To me, it reads at KC, if they pick off a member of G2, if they find someone isolated, that target's dead like that. Look at the lockdown created in this Game 1 draft.
I mean, it's important to realize that in terms of early skirmishes, I favor the ability that Vi is going to generate alongside the Orianna, but Aatrox plus the Maokai, you have a lot of setup and a lot of potential early damage when it comes to that top side of KC. I think their ability to gain control around objectives with the poke that they have thanks to the Varus and the Talia. I am anticipating the poke Varus to come through from Kalist. We'll see which build he decides to go for, but honestly, I really like the adaptations that KC have made in this Game 1 draft, and I like the options that they brought against G2, who's gone for a very traditional front-to-back team fight.
Yeah, the only concern with G2 is the lack of consistent DPS. A huge amount of that rests on Hans Sama now. Hans Sama's Ezreal has been exceptional, so I'm not taking a knock at him. It's just if this Orianna ult doesn't hit onto key targets, suddenly you have Kana, who is going to be very tough to take down. You've got Maokai who can stand in front of this strong front line, so there is a lot of carries on KC that you have to deal with, and that damage needs to land from G2 if you hope to do so.
You need a standout performance, because remember, they already went up against each other in a 3-1. G2 rolled their way into the finals first. They'd been waiting, and now they've waited for a rematch here. It is our usual Kings in the final in their 7th consecutive final versus the Rebellion Uprising of KC in their first. In this best of 5 field, we welcome you to decide our first stand recipient, as well as another championship.
The crowds are out in force today, both in support of the red and black and the blue wall. A line of scrimmage will be the standard start, nothing too crazy. The potential for a delayed invade is there on the side of KC. The question is whether or not they will run the risk. You can see G2 stacking with both Caps and Labrov at the ready for that potential bot side invade. But it looks like it's not going to come through. The swap being enacted by G2 as they send their bot side up towards top, making things a little bit harder for the Aatrox so that he doesn't get I would say a strong lane into the Ornn. Maybe the first few levels, Ornn can bully out the Aatrox, but you can see how this would be a very favorable matchup that Kana would love to play the 2v2 in.
It's the same as well with Kalist. He opts in towards the Hail of Blades over the Arcane Comet. Comet gives you more value in the later game, but the Hail of Blades much more value in that 2v2. But by avoiding that, G2 operate better for Hans Sama. Broken Blade, as Vedi was highlighting, much better in the lane swap. He's way less vulnerable to being Tove. So I think this is where G2 off to at least a smart start with these swaps.
Already with a really nice trade from Vladdy in the mid lane. The experience denial will begin from the AD carries on both sides as Skumon starts on his bot side of the map, while Yike looks to do something similar on the top side. Right now, the main goal from these top laners is to get as much XP as possible.
It is kind of rare to see them start straight in the lane, you know, minute 2, isn't it? Because a lot of the time we've seen the duos start mid with top laners absorbing experience to 2, waiting for the 3rd wave, teleporting in, and then trying to get all that crash in for extra experience that you mentioned, Vedi. So again, as Kana tries to step up as much as possible, Targamas is now hovering to see what he can do to enhance.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? When you end up sticking the top laner in lane, you can just rotate the support now to keep him safe as the wave crashes. So kind of going to gather all that experience. You don't end up setting your mid laner behind as they are offset on that experience counter.
True.
And now Kana should be completely fine here. You're also looking at where Skumon is on the map. He's only just starting in towards his top side jungle, so there isn't really going to be any threat of a dive, but at least Kana will be able to farm safely.
As the push comes in, yeah, Targamas still hovering in Fog of War. He'll probably get level 2 off this as well. He's half the way there to share. And after a couple of minions, should be there as well. While we have a bit of a luller in the early game, just a quick reminder, a new head-to-head is brewing, isn't it? And this is, people will look at this and be like, so what about G2 KC? Where's their head at? We've only had a year of data, guys. So, of course, G2 have their head-to-head, but as of recently, KC actually got a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, they were able to win a game in the regular season. They also were able to take a game off of G2 during the best of 5 series that we saw them play last week. But really, it has been G2 favored. As you know, you will find against most organizations in the LEC, they do have a bit of a tendency of winning. It has kind of been the tradition of G2 throughout the years, and that's why I think so many people are excited about this KC roster, just because of the potential that they've demonstrated. A combination of veteran and champions alongside promising rookies from the ERLs that could potentially look to beat out on the long-standing, well, reigning titans that are these G2 players.
Good sidestep there, Vladdy. Just run out of mana, so no more.
Yeah, it's just a nice gank from Yike. Immediately kind of moves in, keeps that pressure on towards Caps. Now Vladdy can get the reset, teleport back in. And at least at the moment, KC, they managed to get Kana into this matchup against Broken Blade, but you can see he's just going to reset. Hans Sam and Labrov are already moving down towards this bottom side of the map, so it is going to be this push-pull again as both bot lanes try to move around to find that match, at least if you're KC, but G2 want to avoid it.
Good defensive ward set up there by KC as Labrov, anywhere he moves towards mid, will be spotted out immediately. Actually, some defensive wards up and top side as well. So, line of scrimmage, you'll call it, as Targamas thinks, how do I find my way into Caps who's at half HP?
We'll say Vladdy is playing this lane very well. Oh, nice ignite from Labrov to cancel the back, forcing Kana to stick around. Could be a bit of a dangerous situation for him. Fortunately for him, though, great vision investment on the bot side of G2's jungle coming out from KC, so they can keep track, and you'll notice the pings on the minimap coming through onto Skumon. Kana should feel pretty safe.
It's also a big interrupt though on getting that tempo on the map. You look at Broken Blade on that top side, he started this slow push now on the top end, so Kana going to lose out on all that experience, whereas Kalist and Targamas are able to collect theirs on the bottom side, and this is kind of the danger in this lane swap meta, are going for some of these carries that can't survive by themselves, is Kana's now slipping behind a full level behind Broken Blade, and an Aatrox that's behind is way less valuable than an Ornn.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same same power to it, like Cassante's, like Ornn's. That's why, we think about the lane swap and what can survive and be useful in the 5v5. So now we might get that answer to the question, because Yike is poking his little head in to see what Skumond is doing. Dragon in the way of the sapling, but good damage going down thanks to the ocean. And Skumond now at half HP, and KC just take the leash. No reset, not even a soft one. Thanks so much for the first strike.
Caps is very close at level 6 on mid-wave. You can see just nearly there, but doesn't quite have it. And if he'd maybe been able to hit that 6, you can see now he has it. Then you could have taken the fight as G2, but at the moment, the Orianna with the tier start just doesn't do that much, whereas Vladdy has much more to offer in the CC department. So G2 have to give it up. They just can't fight against KC right now.
That's a level 6 Ornn versus level 4 Aatrox. And the trades are going in favor of Broken Blade. He's really benefited from the lane swap initiated by G2. This is the position that they wanted to find themselves in. Also gotten himself an early Bramble Vest to help in the trades on the top side of the map. And Skumond will have time to be able to cross-map and secure the grubs as Targamas makes his way towards mid.
Yike is over the wall. I was just waiting to see if all three will go over. And this would be a second objective that Skumond gets forced off, but Yike can't get too much apart from information, and Caps, with his reasonable push in mid, seems like as well he can zone him off. Quick side note as well, the auto attack from Aatrox, one of the best healing factors of the champion as well. When you auto another champion, that's what the Bramble looks to help out with as well. 3 grubs down, and at least G2 getting something back here in this early game after the Dragon was yoinked from them only moments ago.
And trying to keep my eyes on Targamas, because he wandered up towards the objective, decided, nah, I'm not really interested, started to move back down. Now back in mid, it looks like they're trying to set up a play on towards Caps, or at least help Vladdy push this wave in, but hasn't quite been able to do so, and now does need to reset to keep his timer with Kalist. So Vladdy in a bit of an awkward spot with the wave state, especially as you can see Broken Blade is missing from top and is kind of poking around mid.
7 minutes in, and you have to turn your attention towards the location of the supports, as they're a key part of what makes things happen in the transition from the early to the mid game. You'll notice both hovering around the mid lane right now. Yike grouping up with Targamas, setting their sights on Caps. Orianna always very vulnerable when she loses her flash.
Big shout out to Vedius giving supports gratification. Like, I don't think any support has ever been told that their role is that crucial. So again, for Targa and Labrov, as they
keep your
start
eyes on
moving
Targa
around,
right now.
That's what I'm doing, because the seismic shove came in and he gets a crash down. Caps might be in a bit of trouble. Shattering strike, poke, flash, dissonance, shockwave. Skumond, though, not going to charge back in. Caps lucky to be alive, and no teleport means he doesn't want to miss out on too much of this push.
But it is a big summoner spell burn from Caps. He manages to escape as Vladdy just doesn't have enough in the tank to finish it off, but Targamas loses a little bit of health, he'll be fine. But if now you can revisit that lane, especially with Yike having hit 6, the flash gone is crucial.
The reality is, though, that, as Dagdo was saying, an important summoner spell that now sets them up nicely for the next incoming Dragon, right? The objective fights for this Orianna are going to be a lot scarier, as Kana and Yike and Targamas are all going to be setting their sights onto Caps.
This sucks. This lane is horrible. I mean, Dagdo, your point couldn't be more fluid here. That 1.5 level lead for Broken Blade, or about 1 now, is really suffering for Kana. There's a 300 gold lead up top. He's constantly up against his turret. The Ornn has lane superiority, and it feels like it's going to stay that way until, what, 1 item for Aatrox, 2 item for Aatrox, when he can actually trade back.
Well, that's the thing. Even if Kana gets into fights, you can either go for the I'm going to all in on hoping I get some kills in a fight and keep building towards your main items. Kana's opted in towards the Cole, so this is a guy that says, I want to sit in the side lane, I want nothing to do with the rest of you, and I'm just going to hope that I can survive this 1v1 for a little while and then pop that Cole. And it does mean that for KC, they're essentially operating on a bit of a 4.5 versus 5 in the meantime. So I think that's where G2 are going to look to try and use the fact that you've got Broken Blade's TP up and available for that next Dragon, especially if they're KC are looking for a play into Caps. Just have that numbers advantage in your back pocket.
I like the approach from both teams that for a game 1, take it slow, solid, don't do anything too overcomplicated. Both compositions have a straightforward and easy way to execute, and while it may seem that Casey's is a little bit more complicated in a sense, in reality it's not. Maokai presses R, Rel presses R, and like they just kind of follow up on each other. True. The big advantage that Casey will be able to leverage is that they have a lot of poke at their disposal. Varus has a ton of range, Talia has a lot of zone control with the poke that she has from her Q, and I think that the great thing about Casey's comp is whether they're first or second on the objective, they have tools to both hold their position and also retake a position, simply thanks to the power of Maokai.
Oh, flash burn though from Yike. Dissonance gets movement speed, and there's no phase rush there, but now for Yike, he'll just pop on top. He'll have his own Nature's Grasp. He's going to roll and catch too. Vladdy doesn't have much available. Caps is getting poked out, but again, he might survive on no HP. The shockwave was huge, but there's not enough damage in the kick yet. It's True Shot Barrage. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's rolling, and it takes its first victim.
G2 go, but barely he ekes out, and somehow Sama gets the kill.
A forced play by Yike is punished by Caps. There was a bit of miscoordination in the execution there, simply because as the knockback came through from Vladdy, the root hadn't quite connected from Yike's ultimate. Then he knocks him back as Targamas is engaging as well. A very few but significant execution errors result in G2 finding an outplay and getting first blood.
How painful is it that Caps twice now has gotten out on less than 100 HP, and Casey have nothing to show for it. Quite a lot burned there, and even though grubs are being taken, which will make 3 for 3, the dragon stacking is stopped. You guys told me this is a very big team fighting composition from G2. And when you have those dragon stacks for a comp like this, it's such good news as the Zenith blade does connect, but Targamas is going to crash out.
It's also the fact that G2 are essentially... No way.
He just spat on the grub. He spat on Yike, then the grub.
I cannot believe Broken Blade stole one of them away, but this is heartbreaking for KC because essentially G2 just want to babysit the early game. You have this Orianna that once you get to 2 items really starts to pop off, so play for those big team fights when this Orianna becomes a real threat. The fact you're winning the skirmishes in the early game on top of that is just fantastic. Now, Hansama going to be able to arcane shift away, but like KC, the poke Varus much stronger in the early game. You would love to get ahead on this Aatrox and start to get into a position where you can carry in fights, but you're just not finding this early to mid-game spike from KC, and it's going the way of G2.
Because while my brain keeps computing through this and listening to what you guys have said, I look at this and, you know, with all the burst that comes out, and you talked about Maokai engage before Vedi as well, if Aatrox finds something, he resets and he goes with it, as Vladdy will not be going anywhere. He's stuck in place. A shockwave hits him again. He flashes away, though. It's a good counterplay. In comes Yike and bops down Labrov. Caps has no mana to follow up on the play, and that's 1 for KC.
The shockwave was a little awkward from Caps because it actually drew Vladdy underneath the tower, meaning that Labrov had to commit a little bit harder than he wanted to in order to follow up with the CC, allowing for KC to get that counterplay. We equalize in terms of kills. The gold finds itself dead even with KC finding a slightly small advantage. It's a tense game 1, which is exactly what we wanted for this best of 5.
And there's still so much to play for as actually Skewmon going to start to make his way up towards topside. Good ward. Spotting out this play. Sakana should be able to keep himself safe, but ultimate for Broken Blade available.
Ward finally spotted out. Looks like just wasn't looking that way. Control Ward actually denied, as I believe they came from jungle side. Regardless, KC, small gold lead in this early game, and a side note as we get towards that 14-minute mark, the only lead in the lane for G2 right now is Broken Blade still on that Norn.
Yeah, I think the downside for KC of so much of this pressure being towards the mid lane is that it's disabled Vladdy from being able to go elsewhere with the Weaver's Wall, which is traditionally what you'd like to see with the Talia. So trying to play down towards Kalist, maybe look for some dives there. But KC now starting to set up vision control around this mid says to me this is exactly what they're trying to do. Find ways to unlock Vladdy and get out to now help these side lanes. Kalist has been fine, but definitely if you can help out Kana and get some kills to kind of right the early game for him, he's going to be in a much better spot.
A lot of early power, isn't there, Vedi? That's what you're about to tell me, isn't there? There's a lot of early power on KC.
Well, I mean...
You don't have to if you don't.
I was thinking about, like, what do both teams want to do next, mainly, because with no objective for another 2 minutes, traditionally you set your sights on one side of the map, but I think it's quite awkward because it's difficult to play into Ezreal on one side of the map just because the mobility that he has. Meanwhile, do you really feel confident?
Ooh, again, Caps is in trouble. Remember, there's no phase rush Orianna. He's just going to be dead. There's again a solar flare, a turn is possible. Zenith played in because Labrov has nowhere else to go. He joined into Rome and wants the ignite down on Vladdy, but he won't get it. A third kill over to KC, and this time the punish goes well.
Labrov thinking that he could get a cleanup kill at the end of it, but the Seraph's shielding provided by Vladdy helps keep him alive. And ooh.
So Yike, new versus the old. Bramble smash away. Call the Forge God going to be used. Vladdy is still low, but they turn for Yike. He's not tanking. He's got Oleandri's first, so he'll just talk down and chalk and meat. That's what he's made of. A shield into the wall. A shove, brother, as Kana is in the world ender, but he needs some kills. He needs a buff. He gets a knock up, and still Skewmon in a lot of trouble, but Hans has joined in. It's a good match because Broken Blade has burnt down Vladdy. This is a carry on. as KC and the Choke will find a shutdown of their own. A searing charge a bit too short. Hans Summer still following, and Lebrov is now on the chase as well. With his flash, Zenith's blade is matched. A flash out before the play turns even more sour.
Huge flashes from KC to get away from that, because G2's two side of the top side had done incredible work there to get KC into position where they were struggling. They've started to lose members. That was impressive from the two-man unit.
I like the play mid because I think that KC makes the right decision. Focus on the mid lane. Orianna is the easiest place to make plays on the map right now, and they start off with a really clean kill. And as we talked about earlier, Lebrov thinking he could maybe get a cleanup kill here, then the Seraph's shield comes through, and it ends up being 2 quick kills. The part that surprises me is Skewon and Broken Blade sees an angle here. The ward gets cleared out. Yike actually backtracks into the river, I think wanting to provide cover for his mid lane, and then Skewon sees an angle to go for an engage.
Yeah, they end up going for Yike here as Vladdy's already gone underneath the tower. Kana is trying to move down, but the fact that you end up getting over the wall here sets up perfectly for Skewmont. Then they turn on towards Kana, who's starting to move in, but you have actually got enough damage. But look how much Skewmont's able to dodge away from in this position to just kind of keep himself alive. And Vladdy can't press forward because of how low he is. Even Broken Blade flashing forward with the grass proc and then the Bellow's Breath to take him down. And in this position then, with Hans Sama now showing up, you end up with G2 having a numbers advantage. So it's a long play, but one that kind of ends up getting G2 back off of the initial scrap in mid.
I think that it has become a trend from teams to really target Caps as a player. I think this split, we were talking about it coming into the week where he is getting a little less jungle support than what we saw him when he was playing with Yike. It really is very marginal in terms of the actual amount of time that the jungle support's spending there, but teams are really looking to try and capitalize that. And KC, given the draft that they have, I think it makes so much sense. If you're able to burn the flash of this Orianna, it becomes a very easy target because forcing Orianna into a side lane is just not really where she wants to be.
I think it's also interesting to see the Rod of Ages first, this tankier build coming through, instead of going for the Leandries that we normally expect, right? But I think it does end up lending itself to, hey, I'm going to be a bit on my own, I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable in this one, so that survivability is huge. But now on the Dragon, KC are in the area though.
They are, and the poke from Kalista is very real. Low mana bar is worth looking at, but the Nature's Grasp is going to zone off G2. They get away before this turns into an engage. Second Dragon of the game over to KC, just like that.
Crucially, KC pulled the trigger before Caps gets the reset off. He'd gone to potentially TP in, but KC had already started that one up. Wanted to keep Kana alone on this top side so he can continue to farm up as well. So KC end up getting it. G2 will trade for the Rift Herald. And this is where they can try and at least blow open on this mid lane turret. If you can get that one down, suddenly sets you up a lot easier to try and protect Caps on the side lane, because as we've said countless times here, this Orianna on a side lane is going to be the vulnerable part of G2.
As you can see, playing up towards the Herald now, that point is kind of ascended here by the fact that he's still setting up some defensive vision, making sure that Skewmon is not going anywhere soon, but as he leaves, he'll just have to back off the wave. I think this kind of furthers the point, right, guys? You're like, oh, Cap stepping forward here.
Well, look at the mini-map. I see Vladdy.
And he's got the ulti. I mean, this is the point. Dagger, you've never been more right, and you're right all the time. A seismic shove, Caps gets slowed down, and after that bit of glazing, we just have to watch and Caps trying to play it out, the shockwave in a 1v1, but it's gonna get outnumbered real damn fast. A Magnus Storm to stop the blast. Conan Vladdy gets what he deserves. Now Call the Forge got him in. Kalist flashes away, but he's followed to Helm's Deep. He was followed. He gets out now because Skewmon is just on the turret by himself. It looked good, but he's just like the Orc running into the wall. Broken Blade now in the corner as well. He's got to get out of there somehow. But how? This Ornn over the wall wants to get out his TP. Is it there? It's cancelled. He tried to sneak out. You didn't see it in the corner of the eye, but he might be tanky, but how long does he survive this versus the Leandries? Maokai and Kana now with his first item too. It's a slow death. It's like watching paint dry, but eventually you can touch the wall again. Surely. And Carter's going to get the kill. A second shutdown of the game for this Aatrox.
I mean, KC find picks across the map. KC attack Caps in a side lane. They also prevent the dive from happening in the mid lane, and they just find kill after kill. They are responding to G2's aggression with excellence and patience, and they find themselves with a 3k gold lead here in game one.
And crucially, it's 1,000 gold lead for the Aatrox now after those kills. Thunder Sky completed, but we get on towards this dive as well as Kalist flashes away. They think they can go for him, but it's a great play from Yike, flashing on towards Skewmon. Broken Blade doesn't want to go under the tower because Kana's now TP'd in to catch up with Broken Blade, and here the pullback on the Infernal Chains is crucial as Broken Blade just can't quite get away. Because becomes a little bit of a goose run after this one, where they're just trying to get Broken Blade. The dead man's place actually causing a little bit of trouble because that's why he's so quick here, but they eventually do keep him in place.
My biggest criticism for KC in their last series against G2 was it felt like that they always responded to G2's plays by overstacking with numbers. And so then they just conceded the rest of the map and it allowed G2's fundamentals to consistently punish them. But this time around, I feel like KC's paying a lot more attention to where their lane assignments are, who can be where on the map. And while that action was happening on the bot side, Vladdy is taking the top tower. They're not over-rotating, they're not over-committing their people, and this means that when G2 do overstep, KC's in a great position to punish.
I mean, it's a nice change, it's a good adaptation, because I know Teachius was giving us that invite a little bit before, about 20 minutes ago on the desk. So again, I don't want to point to the gold lead, because 3.5k gold here for KC in the early game is fantastic. And it comes back to the point that you were just mentioning, where that Aatrox now being ahead was great because he needed resources in this game.
But the Ornn is the first move here, so that's why GT are on Kalist.
Well, we hold it back for now, but Kalist, it's an easy miss. The sad B flies and Nature's Grasp is going to do a hell of a lot more. The Weaver's Wall as well, zoning them off from Broken Blade. It's on the wrong side. He's a tank who has to flash, but now for KC, they look to the left. They find Chains, and Lebrov manages to get out until the last poke. And Ignite will take the tick.
G2 keep trying to cheat with Broken Blade in towards this mid lane, getting the fact that you have this Deadman's Plate to move this Ornn quicker around the map. But KC are responding so incredibly well, and Kalist so safe underneath this tower with the rest of KC coming out of the jungle to his aid.
KC find themselves another kill. You can feel the momentum very quickly shifting in their favor. Dragon is spawning in about 40 seconds. We'll look back, and again, this play starts off from G2 as the ultimate from Broken Blade comes through. Kalist hits him with the sad B, and then the response is just so quick. The wall divides the fight into two. They isolate Broken Blade. Meanwhile, as the supports battle it out, Lebrov gets caught off by that ultimate and then chipped down by Vladdy, and the finish of the Ignite from Targamas. Just a really nice response. And again, KC are responding well to the aggression from G2.
And it's the lack of movement from Caps as well. He was on this top side, didn't have the TP available. He does end up trading for that top side terror off the back of that, but this is where we kind of see G2. Oh, hang on.
Chain's Corruption are down. Lebrov might not be as tanky as you wish he was. Hail of Arrows slows it down as well, but Caps is there. Nate scraps again, going to catch him out. Which way does he go? Searing charge to defend as the ulti catches him up. They want to use the poke, they want to use the range, and again, that big burst from KC. G2 is starting to get really scared every time they get caught.
Yike is always in the right place at the right time. Lebrov, wait, I don't think that won't save.
Wrong place at the wrong time. A hail of arrows. Lebrov is dead in an instant.
And Dragon's up. This is the potential for the third Dragon for KC off the back of this. Caps is in base. TP nearly available for him, but I don't know how you try and fight this as G2 without Lebrov here.
Pick after pick, punish after punish. KC continues to build their lead. 3.8k is now the advantage that they find themselves with. And look at where a lot of that gold is sitting. Kana in the top side of the map, both mid and AD carry find themselves with small advantages. Atomization isn't that dramatic outside of the top lane matchup, but things are really starting to get scary for G2.
Weaver's Wall comes out yet again, and you say that indeed it is. Hans Sama now on the wrong side of dodge, followed up and dunked by Kana. He only gets shutdowns, he only pummels you into the ground, and KC's top laner, there is no way you can let him be the one who finds you as his flash was burned, but G2 lose again.
KC are everywhere in this game. They send Yike to take Dragon. They move Vladdy and Targamas to cover a potential Anakin turn, and now they're on top side again.
And now again, they're going to zone it out. Lebrov just knows he has to die for his 5th time in this grand final. A kill goes over to KC. Lebrov is dead. And Baron might not be up, but that Atakan is free taking.
It's pick after pick, and they're doing it so quickly. The vision that they have of G2 to catch Hansama, of all people, out was crazy. Really decisive action there from Vladdy as he cuts off the escape route from Hansama, sets up for Targamas to connect the Rel ultimate, and then Kana just closes it out. 3-0-1 now for the Aatrox, and a 2k individual lead over Broken Blade.
This is a pummeling. This is honestly the biggest beating G2 have taken all playoffs long, and KC are looking clean off the back of this. They've been in so much control this entire game.
And it's once again at the hands now of a Korean Aatrox. So, sorry to hit the wounds deep, but Kana, at the start of the split, we were talking backstage and how his intro into the LEC was insane, right? And of course, he was here last year, but for this year, his debut was nuts. And then we go through splits, and yeah, a little bit middling, but he still has very potent performances. With the lead, I think he's a player that you can believe in to help carry this game, as now with a 4K gold lead, Dragon Soul we talked about, Baron now spawning, and the Atakan of Rebirth. KC are running this map, and G2 are scared to go past inner turrets.
I like the pace of the game that we're seeing from KC, but they need to keep this up because G2 are a team that is known for finding angles of attack. They get very creative with ways in which they punish you, and if you make a misstep, they will look to try and force it. And as I say that, look at Vladdy, isolated in the bot lane.
And a call the Force God will come out. Remember, again, he has the Rebirth, but a Searing Charge that keeps him mid-air, and he cannot move any further. Will give 200 gold over. Meanwhile, KC are putting up the tempo, bringing in the push into mid, and Kana's trying to find the pick on LeBron. Buys time, Solar Flare with the Zenith Blade as well. Kana pops the ulti, though, and wants to end somebody's world. It might for a game one if they find any more. As a reset imminent here, Kana looking for it as LeBron finally gets out, this time burning his flash. G2 backing away now with the TP to bring in that Rebirth Vladdy.
Oh, behind Samus from Kalista, the Shockwave!
No, the Shockwave is good. However, remember that under turret, they're getting bodied. Skewmon runs in. Yike is happy to die here as Kana has run out of ulti. He has no chance but to go on in as a seismic shove is still good. And KC, even though it looked a little bit dicey, are trying to outplay the fight, but Han Sama gets around it and defends well.
The flanking Ezreal is the deadliest with the Shockwave from Caps, and also then having access to Kalista on this Ezreal. G2 are able to turn around what was such a dire spot for them.
The Atakan buff doing so much work for KC in this exchange because Vladdy, we were just saying, if you miss position, G2 is the type of team to punish. They find a nice pick onto the bot side, and I think KC wisely set their sights on the mid tier 2. They try to prevent Lebrov from actually collapsing with the rest of his team, but then they tunnel too hard on the fight. This is where the priority shifts away from the tower into a full-blown team fight because they know that Vladdy can TP back in.
But watch this, as Vladdy's TPing in, Han Sama comes through, waits out of vision, so KC don't know he's here. And now Caps, great position of the Orianna Orb, deletes KC's backline, opens up for Han Sama to be in the perfect spot. So there's just no front to back for KC. Everyone is vulnerable, everyone is dropping, and Kana tries desperately to take down Broken Blade, but it's Ornn. He doesn't drop that easily.
I mean, it's important to realize that that was effectively a 4-for-1. Of course, the Atakan buff doing a lot of work, mitigating the losses on the side of KC. So in terms of the gold advantage, they still sit very comfortable, and the Soul is spawning in 45 seconds.
Let's not forget, the gold might be 4K in the lead. Side note is that G2 is starting to get some of these upgraded items. So around 1,000, I believe, is still the threshold as we add on top. Might not be as egregious as you think right now, but that Soul, as you said, is a big fight coming up.
I think the things that we need to look at, though, are the flashes. So both carries on both sides have their flashes, but Kana's flash is about to come up, which is so crucial for an Aatrox in these fights. You want to be able to go for the flash Q3, the flash follow-up on so many of these engages. So KC, I think, going to try and play it slow and wait for that spell to come up.
Look at the top wave. Kana able to get that push in, has that constant side lane threat. He's looking for a potential flank right now. Caps is desperate for one more level. The third point in his ultimate would be a lot of valuable damage.
Someone's going to be crying now. Engages there from Targamas. The seismic shot was brilliant as well. The King of Europe has the shockwave, but he's down. The Rebels advance, and forward they march with Kana at the helm. Onto LeBron will get yet another. As the ulti expires, it matters not. There's still a kill in his back pocket. G2 with 3, KC with 4, Broken Blade with a seismic shot. That's going to send him to hell. KC in our opening game in the finals are kicking G2's ass.
KC are painting the town with the blue blood of G2, making sure that they don't get a look in as Soul is taken for KC.
Another fantastic fight from KC. The flank comes through from Kana, the engage from Targamas. KC have to be filled with nothing but confidence right now as they set their sights on the Baron.
It's warded up, at least. It's a control ward to get rid of the fact that G2 had some vision there, now cleared away, trying to fake the start. KC not hard committing, just trying to bring Skewmon into the fray as we look at a replay and see how this fight started its brew.
So look at the mini-map. You'll notice that it doesn't actually start with the Kana flank. It actually engages with Targamas. Nice follow-up there. The fact that the shockwave still comes through from Caps is good damage, but at this point, G2 are just scattered. Han Sama is forced to retreat immediately. Skewmon can't really access the backline either, and it just becomes target after target for KC as they find 2 and convert it into a 3rd.
You can see Lebrov scratching his face, was not expecting that, and I don't think a lot of people expected it from Targamas either. He has had a fantastic step up this year on KC, and you can see engages like that is the reason that KC have been able to rely on him so effectively.
And in game 1, we find ourselves with an interesting stat line as the King of Europe sits with a scoreline of 0-4-1, and he's going to be the target once more.
With a Nature's Grass that lines the hallways, it hurts. Kana, you're right, in the best spot at the best time. A Call to Forge God might make it the worst of Solar Flare. He sent skyward. I take it back, maybe too high because KC was still so far away.
KC couldn't lock anyone down in a position to start the fight, so it made it very easy for G2 to just turn onto the flanking Aatrox and take them down, and now Baron is still up and available, and KC have to commit.
The problem is that I don't think that's an easy Baron to take. You're playing against a Poke Varus, and this Taliyah, the Taliyah still has ulti available, so does Kalist.
Yeah.
To start this objective off, G2 might feel like they have to in order to get a fight, but KC have a lot of tools to stall.
G2 are just trying to bait. They know Skewman has that flash ultimate, and then you can have the immediate shockwave follow-up from Caps. That will ruin Kalist and Vladdy's health bar immediately, but G2, they don't feel comfortable. They're going to be happy with just a little bit.
Close call there with the lens. Power blue side there. Face checking Baron as red obviously a lot harder.
I like this play. I like this play. G2 have just reset only now. KC are going to be the ones to force this because, again, they didn't expend anything. The TP is going to come through from Kana. His ultimate's about to come off cooldown, and now the pressure is back onto G2.
But how fast are going to go down with the lethality comp? You can see there, 5, 6, 5, and we're sitting at the edge now with Nature's Grasp as well. True Shot Barrage going to scout it out, but it's going to be gone. No steal can do. KC run out as 5, and G2 want to punish. Right now, they're on the right side of the map. They've got enhanced recalls. It's only Kana here. G2 get nothing.
No hesitation, no fear. KC are treating G2 just like any other team. So many teams have failed to play with that level of confidence. But KC, this is just another Sunday for them as they pick up the Baron, a 6.5k gold lead, and Elder in 3 minutes.
And with this, it makes it so easy now to just keep this pressure up, look for these outer turrets, start to get that last tick of gold over into KC before the next big fight. And the fact you have the Infernal Soul makes the poke from Kalist, from Vladdy, so much more painful to try and manage underneath these structures, and you have to sit there in a shooting range as G2 to try and clear out these waves.
And I know stat lines, score lines can often be disingenuous, but I really want to highlight Vladdy's 2-1-11. He's been involved in the team's 13 of their 15 kills. He has been so active and engaged in this game, and he's been a massive playmaker for KC in game 1.
Not the first time we're talking up Vladdy either. I know the desk opened with it. I know we're going to be talking about him all day. Like, one of the most consistent mids, especially when Caps has had his ups and downs throughout the split.
Oh, yeah.
Vladdy has been someone worth talking about consistently. Feels like he holds together KC as even right now. The pressure around him mounts up and enables him to get that inner turret in bot, moving to 7,500 gold lead with this Infernal Soul that they got in the last fight.
And you can see G2 are struggling now to find answers. They want to try and move in towards Kana on midway with both the Leona and the Vi, but Kana's just going to step away, so G2's answer not really going to come to fruition.
This game is going to come down to the Elder, which is the best case scenario for G2. The reality is that they still have all of their inhibitors intact. While there is still some time left on the Baron, I don't expect KC to do enough damage for G2 to really be afraid of it. Skewman, he's going to be fine. So this Elder is going to be crucial because it was designed to end games. That is the point. So if G2 find it, it's an easy comeback angle.
But the thing is, even if G2 get it, there's still so much on the side of the map of KC they have to take, like all the outer turrets, then the inhibitors, then try and get to a Nexus. So I think for G2, it is a start on the comeback road, whereas for KC, this could just end this game right here.
At least Baron getting its full value. You look at the Red Bull Baron power play and it just about finishes off this turret in mid. It would have been a second inner, I believe, from the total play. It would be such a statement as well. Let's not forget that, you know, we come in every split, we're like, it's G2 take on who? Who's the challenger this time? Is it Fnatic again? The BDS? We came in today and a lot of people are like, yeah, KC, the underdogs. Such a big statement piece for the opening game. As that turret eventually does fall down, we get closer to 8,000 gold. What is starting to be, not an insurmountable, but a very big bridge that G2 have to somehow cross.
The only issue for KC is the lack of flank opportunities for Kana. They haven't really established vision in the spot side jungle. There is no TP available just yet, and there's only really that one ward at the back over here, which they might be able to look for, but this is why G2 feel confident to step up. They are still very strong in a front to back. especially if they can get access to Kalista and to Vladdy. But Kalista having that spell shield will make that a little bit easier for him to manage.
Inside track towards mid right now as well. That's objective bounty gold, so turrets that extra bit valuable as KC hold the river, still in their control. Elders spawn, they start it, they try and bait.
It's a bit awkward for KC right now as they're being shepherded around. Targamas separated from his team as the Elder starts off. Look at the positioning of Caps.
It's a nuisance, isn't it? True Shot Barrage gets some damage down. That's big from Han Sama. Vladdy eats some of the fruit lettuce in the river as 6k is now the held. Nature's grabs the zone out. KC want to try and flip, maybe turn for the fight. True Shot Barrage, or rather the ult from the Ornn is disengaged from. Kana flashes and knocks down Broken Blade. And now he's got to reset. Fly, Kana, fly. Watch the Aatrox with Infernal. Once again, Rock Europe 12. Yes, Skewmon got the Elder, but it doesn't matter. There was a steal, but I think KC stole our hearts first as Hans will die on top of it, and KC open up.
KC is looking to make the revolution a reality. They beat G2 in the team fight, and while they will be denied the Elder, they've set their sights on the base in what was a terrifying play from Kana, ripping apart the backline.
KC took a risk in the draft, and it has paid off massively. What a game one from KC to put themselves and their names forward.
10 seconds on Broken Blades.
Let's see. I've seen enough Nexus held. True Shot Barrage, or rather Chains of Corruption. Kalista down. He'll survive this Solar Flare, but as Zenith's Blade in, LeBrock trying to delay. Nexus is bare. He's dead. Everyone respawning at half HP. Kalista is autoing a flash away. And KC do it in style, but they get the job done in the opening game of finals.
Of course, it's only game one, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions, but that was a strong opening statement from the challengers against the champions of Europe.
We have to see though, because as you say, Fearless Draft is nothing to trifle with, and it is a long L series.
And we're going to find out how it moves on next game 2 right after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a map, right? New tower, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Caps is getting poked out, but again, he might survive on no HP. The shockwave was huge, but there's not enough damage in the kick yet. It's true shot barrage. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's rolling, and it takes its first victim.
Yeah, taking fine. I'm ulting, by the way, if you can W someone. Leona can be mid, okay? Don't... Buy flash, buy no flash. No flash, no flash, no flash. Nice one, guys, nice one. Oh, no, I'm empty. Get his flash, get his flash, get his flash. No, I am TP. You kill him? I kill him. Fine.
Yes, Skewmon got the elder, but it doesn't matter. There was a steal, but I think KC stole our hearts first, as Heart will die on top of it, and KC open up.
Welcome back to the LEC Grand Finals as KC takes game 1 here against G2 Esports. A completely different approach and confidence compared to last week. Hello fans, it's been great having you here so far. Good luck G2 fans. This one doesn't look really good for you, but I love the improvements. I love the confidence once again from this G2 squad. How did they make it happen?
I mean, for me, it felt like it was all about the mid lane. I'm so happy that we have a strong showing here for game 1 for KC. I think this feels great for the series. And I feel like it was all the Vladdy show, but not necessarily Vladdy himself, but how K-Corp just kept playing around this middle lane.
And these are the adaptations I love to see from K-Corp. Targamas back on engage, back on making space and syncing up with Yike a lot. And I feel like this was exactly what they did. They created this sort of fan meet on the mid lane. Fan meet is usually at the end of the series, but now everyone is here early. And it felt like mid lane was the focal point for both of these teams.
Why was it important for both teams actually to focus on this mid lane that much?
I mean, for me, I feel like it just unlocks the map for KC, because this Talia can then move everywhere on the map. And it's also just, it's always for G2, it's been like a cheat code having Caps. He always cheats the side prio, he has so much pressure, but in this game, he was just shut down.
Exactly, and I was a bit critical of the team comp coming from K-Corp with the Maokai and the Talia, but this was exactly what they needed to do. Engage on mid lane a lot to free up the Talia, and at the same time, Caps has been a bit of a weak point for G2 in the recent weeks. I felt like his performance has been a little bit off compared to what we really used from him, and he's been dying a lot on the mid lane, even against Fnatic and now against K-Corp, so I feel like I like what K-Corp is doing, where they're just putting the thumb on the wound.
Is Vladdy the best mid laner in EU?
Don't say it too fast though. It's still game 1, but I agree. We talked about how he can take on Caps and how he can challenge Caps in the mid lane. He clearly did it here in this game 1. And I feel like last week people were heavily critical of Kana's champion choices and what the staff was giving him. I feel like with more agency, he has more space to shine and make his team shine in the later stages of the game. And actually, Shox caught up with Apples about Kana around 10 minutes in game. So let's check out what he had to say.
Apples, when it comes to this best of 5, we know from last week that top lane was something that I guess could be improved, and you're giving Kana a lot of agency with the Aatrox in this game. Is that how you want to position Kana in this best of 5?
Yes, I mean, even in Summer Split, we had periods where we played tanks for 1 week, and they said, guys, this is absolutely terrible, why are we doing this? It's not that Kana is bad on it, it's just he applies so much pressure on the map. Even if the pick might be slightly worse or whatever, pick him a good matchup, get him 2-3 items, he will be really comfortable in the game and tell us what he can do. And enemies are scared of him, so it helps. But yeah, we just realized we should do that. Let's not troll Kana anymore, and that's the plan for now.
Okay, thank you.
And it was such an important realization, because I like what Apple said there. It doesn't really matter if Aatrox or the pick that we're giving him is a little bit unconventional, a little bit weak. It's just important that he picks a champion that he feels comfortable on. And Kana, in the first 2 weeks of the LEC, I thought that he was the guy for K-Corp. He was him, you know? But I felt like going into playoffs, it fell off a little bit because he was forced into this sort of meta, melee champions that are not really counter-picked. They're a little bit more stable, and he doesn't really have a lot of impact. But now, this adaptation, Aatrox, pretty bad champion, but at the same time, he made it work big time.
And it's even more impressive due to how he fell behind in the early game with the lane swap. But even then, he ends up being the difference maker in the final fight here, doing so much, picking off Broken Blade, and then getting a nasty sweet spot Q onto all of G2.
And this just goes to show how important it is that you're playing a champion that you are comfortable on, because this for me screams the Kana kind of champion, a champion that can move around the map, can have agency, good laning phase, and he has this space to do whatever he wants in teamfight. And even with this sort of bruiser build, I feel like he did his job perfectly in this last teamfight.
Which is funny because this let's play picks with confidence and not so much picks that are going to be overpowered in the game is exactly what Broken Blade was saying and what makes him strong so far. So given this game one, given Kerminkov's adaptations, what do we want to see on the side of G2 though? Because this one was pretty one-sided. Closing thoughts on this?
I mean, for me, I think they just need to put caps on a higher mobility champion so that I think he can have more agency on his own, because I think playing Orianna in this game is super difficult up against the K-Corp lineup. So I want to see him on something more agency, that he can be more of a playmaker, and that'll be easier.
I would love to see G2 respect a little bit more the turns around the mid lane, because I don't necessarily feel like the problem was Caps' champion pool. Sure, if he has mobility, he gets a bailout every time he makes a mistake. But when G2 is crisp, they play well around these mid lanes, and Caps doesn't get caught as often. So for me, the main adaptation going to next game is just be a little bit more deliberate, respect the turns, give up some turns, because everyone was ahead on G2 coming off of the lane swap, and I thought that they had the game in the bag, but the mid lane just fell apart.
We'll see about this in just a few minutes, because G2 shows blue side, and so far it was just a one-sided victory from KC. Will they be able to maintain this and get to match point, or can G2 come back? We'll be right back for games.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
KC have opened up in a big way, just like our crowd is opening up their hands in a very big way and doing this. Imagine lining the club.
Closing them.
That would be crazy. Again.
Hey, hysterics, as the old saying goes, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. And we are certainly happy after game one, because what a banger we got from KC. I think an unexpected level after what we saw in their previous series. Again, I talked about how I feel like that they were overcommitting resources. Every time G2 made a play on the map, they were always sending 4 or even 5 members to try and shut that down, and they were just getting run around the map through side lanes, through getting picked off, and Kalist himself said that he felt like he had one of his worst performances in his career, but everyone seems locked in. So now the shoe is on the other foot.
And food is on a different
plane. And the food for thought
is the G2 are the ones now feeling the pressure. But as you mentioned, Dagda, in Fearless, it feels like that this is G2's playground.
Yeah, they are just a different beast when it comes to this. The creativity really does start to shine through, and we're going to see G2 opting back in towards the blue side once again. And with now kind of some of the comfort picks or the big power picks in the jungle, like that Maokai and the Vi taken away, I am curious what we start to lean into with that Zyra, Skarner still potentially to be banned away, and it's the Lulu taking the
Last game was completely ignored, right? The fact that Skarner went through the whole draft is a rarity here in EU. I'm not even sure that's ever happened, but let's see if, again, as you mentioned, we go down the chain and see if it gets first picked here by G2.
Yeah, I am curious if it's worries of things like a Nidalee potentially coming out or Zyra coming out, things that we already kind of talked about, but fast clearing, being able to play out of the harm's way of the Skarner just makes it very difficult to pick it right now. And I think it's great to see that evolution in the draft as we start to go through. But Zyra, the main pick, and maybe it's just the Nidalee dance on the opposite side.
I mean, fast clear jungler versus fast clear jungler wouldn't be a surprise. Right now, it's just the hover. We'll see what KC want to lock in. We've seen them typically prioritize their AD carry within the first few rotations. I wonder if they'll look to emulate that.
Yeah, I'm curious, because the big focus for me would be if I see Zyra, let's try and play at range. So Nidalee fits into that, Jace fits into that. These are the things that I think Kana's actually played really well on.
There
but
he is.
Instead, they are going to end up going towards the Skarner instead. So going towards the power pick that has been a menace in LEC for so long.
Maybe that range discussion still comes in now with a hard front line as well. Now, this hover always comes through. It's an ode for Yike, but the Yone set up as well with a hard, fast jungler.
Because it's a takeaway, and often the response is things like Corki, if you need another AD mid laner, but I think Yone traditionally always does well into Corki because of how he's able to outscale him in the side lane as the game continues. So now the pressure is put onto G2 as to what is your AD option? Do you go for something like the Jace? Do you even bother with an AD mid laner, and do you find some other AP alternative?
My question now for Kana is what does he want to try and pick though? Because you could go, because you want to basically find AP somewhere in your draft here. Do you immediately go for the Rumble and then leave that AD carry for the next rotation? Or do you look at something like a potential Gragas? Or, okay, the Shogath potentially going to come through here.
I was going to say, I think Gragas and Shogath are both great options for him, but I mean, you already called the Rumble earlier. It's one of his most comfortable champions throughout his career, and he's going to lock that in. So you just look at this KC draft and you're like, how did KC get Skarner Rumble, right? You know, and just those two champions alone, pairing it alongside the Yone, I think is a great adaptation to deny that pick away from G2. And already you've got a lot of backline access on the side of KC's composition.
And I think when last game Yike debuted in such a powerful way on that Maokai, you have a lot of faith that he's got early playmaking with the Skarner, with, again, as you guys were mentioning, 2 OP lanes, as they're getting rid of some scaling options on their side.
I will say that right now, G2's composition is lacking engage. So a lot of responsibility is going to fall on the Brov, but both Leona and Rel, the two best engaged supports in the game, are taken out of play. So what direction do you go on the bot side of the map?
Especially for me when it comes to AD carries, you're getting Draven banned, MF banned, Kalista banned, Ezreal, Varus taken off the board. We're now starting to drift down into things like the Kaisas, the Sippers, the Jinxes. So especially the Nautilus ban to me says that they don't want to go towards the Kaisa here on the KC side. Nautilus works very well with that pick. So I am curious, what is the plan here? Like, do you just go for a Jhin or something that can follow up on what is essentially a dive from KC?
I like that suggestion, Dagda.
I actually like, well, I was going to say I like Jhin in KC's composition, and then I remembered Cassante on the other side.
We have, you know, Rumble and Yone. So in theory, I think you've got that tank tread with...
In theory.
Yeah. So I think that's why you could go for it here, but
they might just go for a little bit more scaling. Zeri, I think, is a perfectly fine pick as well.
Yeah.
A lot of mobility, especially if you feel like you want a little bit more engage, self-sufficiency. But instead, he's going to go for the Ashe. We did see this from him yesterday in the series versus Fnatic. It gives you a little bit more engage. That pick potential on a side lane or in the mid lane is a great tool to start off fights.
Especially as you already alluded to, Vetty, there's so many of those support engage tools gone. You kind of have to rely on it from elsewhere, and Skarner isn't really great for it. He just gets pushed back, so I like that the Ashe now facilitates another engage tool coming from that bottom side. But this would have been spicy, but yeah, I don't think we're going to get us Tristana picked up. So still that flexibility, but I imagine it is Tristana mid.
So still sole AP here for Skumond as well, as a lot of Zyras like to have. So the itemization can't really affect her. We need that engaged support. We've been talking your ears off at home saying, what are they gonna get? Pike, I'm trying to list things out. What am I running out on? Alistar, right? Blitzcrank, normally for enchanters.
They're defaulting to comfort then. They're also trying to dissuade KC from going for something like the Lulu.
I'm kind of fine if I'm here though to go for the Alistar now, because
too,
yeah, the Alistar is great for targetist. If you ever get hooked in by the Blitz, that's just your engage button. That was Alistar without having to press W or Q. So I think that's perfectly fine. You're able to just stand in front of your Ashe to keep her safe in the lane as well. And with the Lulu gone, I don't think you're really eyeing up an enchanter here anyway for Targamas, so I like it.
How clean is the setup for KC? We came out of Game 1 draft talking about their thematics were quite clear as well. This one seems even more so with Skarner Alistar, simple engage points, and so much follow-up there as well.
I mean, the pieces seem to fit well together.
But tell me the but.
I'm a little concerned about the early skirmishing power, because I think about the Zyra plus Tristana as a mid-jungle duo in the early game. I can see it having some strength that could make it difficult for KC to contest early objectives. But if they just prioritize on cross-mapping, avoiding some of the dangerous 2 versus 2s, like I can see how a Corki Blitzcrank could be dangerous very early on into the game. And Lebrov is a player that, in his hands, this champion is going to be running the map. He's going to be going absolutely everywhere, looking constantly for picks, and that is how I expect G2 to be finding advantages, through early game picks, punishing the missteps from Carmite, and trying to basically split apart this cohesive comp that KC have constructed.
And that's why I love the Ashe pick. She's great at trying to spot out where Blitzcrank is, how the movement on the map is working for G2, and also then throwing that counter punch. When Blitz tries to move onto the map, you answer with the Ashe ult, and then you can follow up with a great team fight essentially that KC have. So I think, again, this is going to come down to early game leads, early game execution, and KC got the better of G2 last game, and now it's on G2 to try and right that system.
We had an insane performance from mid. We saw Caps bully, beaten down the king of the mid lane in Europe. Not even the king of the north, he's just the king of all round. He didn't get to play much of the game. KC, once again, they have set up through mid jungle. We have to see how they get themselves a lead in this one. A 1-0 lead as we go into game 2 of the grand finals.
Now, I will say, historically, Tristana was a champion you couldn't afford to give Caps.
Yeah.
Just because he was a player that was like the master of buffering abilities.
MSI last year, my God, that was insane.
It made you feel like he'd gone into practice tour and just had people just go and play against him, like play any champion. I want to buffer against it. But of course, Tristana's different now, has been nerfed a few times, is weaker in the matchup, will still be able to bully out Vladdy in the early laning phase, but you still run into a similar issue where the longer the game goes, the split push threat that this Yone provides is going to be something that G2 will have to find answers for.
Grubs can't be given over, feels like, to any side. I say that a lot, though. Just a reminder of how goated he is, by the way. Every finals he's been in, 14 wins and 1 loss. That's Cap's win-loss record. And the funny thing is that 1 loss was against Odo.
Yeah. It was Rogue back in 2022 summer.
So Odo liked it, but straight away, for everyone at home, I put that up and said, how many finals has Caps lost? Maybe it might be another one as that starts it off at G2, giving a big edge. There's the flash away from Kana. Now, outside of Odo boasting continuously, I mean, Kana's in a bad spot here as Hans Sama will just zone him away.
That's a disaster for Kana, especially if you look at some sort of dive potential coming through from G2 towards that top side. You look at where Skewmon is on the map, I think he's going to immediately look for the invade. So essentially trying to force Yike to move down and stay on this bottom side of the map. So this is going to be nice if G2 can actually look for the play on that top side.
Skewmon spotted out by that ward. Cheeky as anything, setting up for the dive.
So now the priority for Targamas is he gets about half a level of XP, then he needs to base as quickly as possible that he can be ready on the top side of the map for the counter dive. The timing is crucial, unless they want to try and make a dive happen of their own on the bottom side of the map. The problem is, look at mid lane. As we talked about, Caps is able to get the priority, and so he's in a position to threaten the top side of the map as well with a 4-man dive. This ward coming out from Broken Blade, going to steal away some of the Krugs.
Yoink!
Yeah, and Targamas hasn't reset. Kana's on his own.
He didn't get level 3 from that, by the way. With the little yoink, Yike has to sap some experience from bot wave. Just worth the mention here is we know Kassante's going to be stronger. We know that Rumble ain't going to like this too much as the poke already starts coming through, zapping him down. Skewmon takes an unnecessary turret shot, but still no ramp up just yet. The dive begins, the Rocket Fist in the air, the roots are down. It's tanked up by Lebrov. He'll end up sending the hook, but first blood goes to Kana first.
But that's a disaster. Lebrov ends up taking the kill off the back of it. Kana should just be able to TP in, collect the majority of this wave, and Kana got the kill. I think Lebrov should have just gone down and let that kill go over to one of his teammates.
Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, like I was so tunneled on what was happening on the top side that Broken Blade looked like he was able to trade a 1-for-1 himself, but it was ending up being an execute in favor of Yike. So they're able to get that kill into BB that forced the TP out from him on the bot side of the map. In terms of XP, he's about even with Kana, who was, as you were saying, able to at the very least get a kill on the top side.
And if you are KC, that dive potential as you start to tick over to level 6 on Targamas becomes absolutely absurd, right? right? Because again, the way Skarner's E interaction works is it's only when you slam someone into the wall that you do a tick of damage, and then you actually get that third aggro. Plus, you've then got Targamas who can start to tank up structures thanks to the Unbreakable Will. So if you're ever on a side lane, or even under mid tower, to be perfectly honest, for anyone on G2, you have to be so careful of where this jungle support is for KC.
Such a big pick throughout the split. You would never forgive a team for giving it over as Broken Blade getting some revenge onto Kalist. The slow will be there. Good sidestep from Kalist. He needed that as he gets a slow on Broken Blade, and Broken Blade, it's all about the E's, the W's. He shields away. Kalist has still got lethal tempo up and available, and Broken Blade doesn't have a flash available. He's slowed down, unstoppable for now. Under turret he gets while Kalist beats him down a peg.
Targamas is here though. He hasn't got the Ignite quite available, so I don't think he can 1v1 him, but going to be able to push Broken Blade away from the turret.
That's big.
That certainly is. I mean, an overstep from Broken Blade as he tries to fight Kalist in lane. Kalist channeling that reckless energy with the happy sad beat as he finds a big advantage on the bot side of the map, but it's pretty interesting when you compare the two AD carries. There is a 15 CS lead in favor of Hansama. He has half a level of an advantage over him, and as the buffering from Caps, the famous buffering.
Ooh, actually.
But yeah, because of the kill that Kalist was able to get, he actually holds on to a 9 gold lead in the bot side of the map.
It is about half a level for Hansama still though, so
yeah,
still working out pretty well for the G2 side. But again, I think this is going to come down to what happens kind of post that level 6 hit for the supports at these objective fights, like how you can set up for Lebrov starting to move around the map, how you can get control on the river and try and keep tracks of what G2 are up to with Kalist. So like these early kills are nice, but they're not game defining by any stretch of the imagination.
No, but Dragon's last game definitely feel like they were. Casey going to start it up early again in Yike. Does this pretty quickly with his passive. Throws a pebble towards his way. Backing off a little bit, but just pulling Dragon outside the pit while we have standard lanes again. And I will say while this Dragon's going on, that rumble into the Cassante matchup with the experience lead, that does fill me with a bit of dread because there's a 500 lead on the rumble and he's going to start burning down in the 1v1.
I've been also thinking a little bit more about these team comps, and we saw a double AD carry composition coming out from Fnatic earlier in this week. And my concern with these comps is while they do have great scaling angles, because of course double AD carry, 3-item spikes, like it can do monstrous amounts of damage, it becomes very difficult to actually re-enter on certain objectives with a composition like this, just because Cassante and Blitzcrank are really good at when you walk towards your opposition, they're forced to kind of respect it. But against Askana, Alistar, Ash W, there's a lot of tools on the side of KC that can make things very difficult for G2 to just face check into.
This is dangerous Broken Blade. Kana should hit level 6 off this wave, and he's got it frozen in a really good spot. But you can see where G2 are positioned on the map, going to make it hard for him to follow up on that, as Skarner, Yike on the bottom side.
Yeah, Yike is once again moving in over control-worthy will though, with Hansama just stepping up to get battered by nice a little bit. Look at the frost volley. Land and land and land. And as Hansama now gets low, he spots out Yike. There is a Scorpion on the way. Tail up in the air, a rock in the back, and the AoE is enough. No one's going to crack for now. G2 just pay respect, and this is not the first laner in this set lane to be forced out behind their own turret. What's happening mid?
Right, he just go for a nice trade in the mid lane, so nothing too untoward, but Kana now getting that control of a Broken Blade, he has to go and look for the honey fruit in the river, going to move back to collect this wave, but has lost out on a significant amount of CS, like he's 20, yike, nice side step, but 22 CS to 45 for Broken Blade on the top half.
It's crazy again, that's why I said I feel like it's worth continuing watching top, because as Capsec a little bit of a trade here, that's going to be more and more dangerous, and Broken Blade not even an ult himself yet as well. 45 to 27 as Lebrov now makes the roam towards mid as well, because although grubs aren't up, that's where Yike is going as he's approaching 6.
Oh my goodness. If we can quickly look at Kana in the top lane, like he's just utilizing the flamethrower right at the edge of the DPS. He's not over pushing the wave, and he's just chipping away at his HP bar. He has a 2-level advantage for the time being, as Broken Blade so close to level 6, isn't quite able to find it. But yeah, that top matchup is only getting worse for Broken Blade.
And there's just no real support that can come, because look at Yike. Now, should, well, not quite off this camp, but will take over to level 6 very soon. Skewmon is in a nice job getting a bit of an experience lead, but I think in the 2v2, especially with Broken Blade being down 2 levels himself, that top side should always go to KC, so Kana going to be able to start to become a real threat as this game starts to progress. And this could be where those objective fights start to turn a little nasty for G2. So I think they need something to go their way now. So I'm keeping my eyes on Labrov and Skumon to see how they can interact on the map together to find something for G2.
I feel like G2, as we got into playoffs, were a team that...
Wait.
Oh, he buffers
Cheeky,
in.
yeah.
He tries to
so he can get the reset
bomb.
and do it again.
But I was going to say that I feel like G2 is a team were the ones that are always kind of driving the game throughout playoffs. It felt like they were always in control, and if they lost, it was kind of a situation where they were making mistakes more so than the opposition kind of punishing or like being the driving force themselves. But this series, it feels like that KC has all the control. Like, especially, you look at this game, right, and you look at the options that G2 have, and a lot of what Labrov is doing is he's covering for his lanes. He's not proactively working with Skumon to, like, set up a dive on one side of the map. He's always in a position to, oh, Vladdy's getting a good trade in mid. Oh, but there's also this problem in the top side of the map. Oh, also, I try to go back down to the bot side of the map. And Skumon is just prioritizing getting those full clears. And, of course, the goal difference isn't dramatic. Like, it's not that G2 is in a particularly awful spot right now.
No.
It's just very much that feeling of it's KC that are kind of determining the flow of the game right now.
Which is a nice change, just of topic, I'll say, as well. It does feel like as casters, we repeat ourselves a lot with G2. It's hard not to when they've been the best team for so long.
I mean, they're the longest win streak right now in LEC history when it comes to titles.
And this is their 7th consecutive final. Don't you ever apologize,
This
mate.
is
7th consecutive final as well. Like, it's just crazy. They won the past 6. They haven't lost or not been to an international since 2021. I mean, how do you not talk about them? Here for KC, putting up a good argument, at least in this first game. Second game's not too bad either, as, well, there's an option here onto Vladdy. Caps has lethal tempo, flash, ulti, 1 auto away, you think, as Yike has drifted in, okay. I wonder if you know Tokyo, as Yike is going to get pulled back in. The ulti in reverse under Labrov, and here's Targamas. Pulverize him, take another one, my friend. See how it feels. Yike starts battering up. Yes, Targamas died, but I think KC were just making fun of them in that play.
1 for 1 off the back of it. The timing from Yike on that Impale was sick to catch out. The support play from Labrov ends up dying to the burn from the Skarner. Nice turnaround.
I honestly didn't know that it worked like that, but that was a really sick interaction. So Vladdy, he's hungry for the play.
Yeah.
He thinks that with his E, he can get this last hit. But unfortunately for him, he channels the E from the Tristana, who then follows that up, tries to get the auto into R, doesn't quite get it off because the auto attack is still on cooldown. Then Labrov arrives, and you can see he uses the ult initially, knowing that it's going to be there at the end point. So he can drag him underneath the tower. But with the arrival of Skumon, now there's too much of a numbers difference. They're able to get a kill, and Yike commits to the flash to make sure at the very least it's a 1-for-1.
Well played by Targamas as well. The Q flash to immediately get Labrov back underneath that turret to get the extra turret shot to set them up. Now Vladdy,
He might be in trouble. He's rooted down at least. Caps gets to free fire a little bit, and the satchel charge is going to pop him. It's a little bit short, but of course at half HP now makes it a bit difficult. KC is still on the dragon here, but there is a health disadvantage, and G2 won in.
Kana has TP though.
And the arrow sets it up quite nicely. G2 don't have an Impale to work against, but the damage is there. Labrov hit the Fate Sealed onto 1 is enough. Layering down with the hot pot, and Kana lets them know. G2 on the retreat. The dragon now for free, and as Yike picks up that kill, Kana is going to get wild growth. He gets sent into the air, and Caps now firing on top of the top lane, who flashes away. Skumon trying to zone and get something out of it, because G2 desperately want a piece of the pie.
The dragon getting to about 50% HP. Skumon, confident with his HP, steps aggressively.
Doesn't have smite until about now, by the way, but it's too late. He won't go in. And the disadvantage from Yike is there as Caps almost popped himself. G2 have to be careful as they've lost yet a second dragon.
So another one team fight in favor of KC, and a lot of that was thanks to the flank that came in from Kana. You also see the risk of picking Blitzcrank like this because he hooks in the Alistair that sets up for a 2-man knockup, one of those targets being Hansama, forcing them to disengage. It's a strategy where KC is very confident in the front to back, and the fact that Kana could find that angle and then Broken Blade couldn't follow him up because he doesn't have a TP of his own mean that the dragon ends up going in favor of KC.
The fact that G2 though end up extending the play with that 2-man going against Kana to nearly take him down, forcing the flash between Skumon and Caps means that they're in a position now to move across towards this. Yike would like to get 1 to force the sticks, and will just about. Stopping that 6 grubs is nice, but 5 is still nothing to sniff at for G2.
No, I'll definitely be putting my nose towards better workings here as this second Dragon trade is good for KC.
So Hanselman trying to poke away at Yike. Notice the hook in, then he gets a nice combo between Yike and Targamas. Immediately forces Hanselman to back off. The flash comes through, and it's just a nice collapses the engage.
Just again, and remember, again, the follow-up we just talked about. Yike doesn't find anything, though, and now Targamas is in fog of war, but that ain't a good thing. Kana gets poked out by Caps, and Targamas is just going to die after the Unbreakable Will. Another kill over to G2. Target dies to Caps, and now top lane is a threat. Boy, he got him. Yoink! Just like a coin machine, except you actually got something. Broken Blade breaks the machine in the end, and as Kana dies, it's Yike left alone under this turret. 4 members with a wild growth underneath the Stranglethorns rather, and Yike wants to drift his way out, at least get a Heartsteel stack. The hook's gonna miss. He's still buying time. However, he can survive. Yike with the ulti, that would be interesting, but the turret is about to die anyway. Heartsteel's all you can get, and the turret drops. So does he. G2 back in the game.
G2 had the TP advantage. Kana couldn't join. They couldn't get Vladdy into the mix. And it ends up being that G2 can get the play, but Bot Terror goes down. Mid gets a good chunk of damage on it from Kalista as well, so KC at least gets something back in the map, but G2 needed that goal desperately.
I really thought G2 was going to lose out more on that play, but because they were able to get so many kills on the top side of the map, it ended up being 3. That was a massive swing in their favor.
Bloody has ult. He's just going to ulti into Broken Blade. He could be in trouble, knocked into the wall, but not to oblivion. Hunt some of there just in case, and Broken Blade is just going to extend and leave.
They get the flash out from Broken Blades, and I mean, Vladdy not going to be too unhappy about that. His ulti should be available in time for the next objective, but I say that the next objective is Herald, and there's still about 75 seconds left on it, so it's going to be a close one, that's for sure, as G2 now regaining a bit of confidence in this map state as they extend their gold lead to about a K.
So a little bit of a flip. But Dragon's still stacked for KC. 2 minutes till the next. Herald's up in 45. And for G2, I guess we can come back to the grub point, because seeing a Tristana with 5 grubs feels like it's part of the win condition, right? Caps now has a bit of a lead as well. He survived the laning phase this time, and although there are a lot of close calls, the fact that Caps comes out, not giving too much away to Vladdy this time, does feel a little bit nicer for G2.
I mean, Caps, he looks his best when he's on champions that can offer both teamfight value and side lane threat. That's why Azir is one of his best champions. Ryze is an old school classic for him as well. But Tristana fits that category nicely, where he can just freely sit in the side lane. He has fast wave clear, he has tower threat, and because of the TP currently available, he can always rejoin with his team when they feel necessary to force that fight. For the time being, he's going to hold the wave here. If you look at the map state, you'll notice that the minimap is very much favored on the bot side of the map towards KC, and there's the risk of him getting collapsed. Labrov recognizes this as well, looking to come and shadow Caps on the bot side. And of course, this does mean that KC is in a position with numbers to contest this objective.
Good vision scouting as well. Dagny, you talked about that in the draft, where Kalista just sees what's up and available, who is up and available as well. No one's nearby from G2. Labrov is beelining it up. Skumon has to get off the Herald. The arrow is going to fly, but misses as Broken Blade starts the engage at 2.5k. It's taken by Yike. Easy hit of the eye as well, and they want to get out now with the eye in hand. But KC are thinking about better things. That's a kill. That's blood with teleport being burned from Vladdy. Root not going to connect either. G2 walk away empty-handed. KC only burning and teleport.
G2 just want to look for that tower on the bottom side with Caps. They still have those 5 Void Grubs, and Betty just highlighted. Actually, I'm surprised he doesn't. I was going to say how quickly he could take turrets, but a bit nervous about the amount of KC members moving boss.
Yeah, exactly. I think he recognized that both Kalista and Targamas made a beeline towards that bot lane, and if he did try and go for that tag, given its HP, it would be an overstay. Now, though, he's grouping up in mid lane.
Well, but set up. Labrov not going to hook the Scorpion. He ain't going to hook the cow. He needs real meat here as Kana
Rumble could be a good target.
Yeah, okay. Kill the Yordle, that's right.
So Rift Herald immediately goes down because Dragon is up in 5 seconds. KC want to create this dual pressure for G2, but now they buy access to that river. Yes, there
nice
you go.
One.
Didn't want to try and go into that. That's a bit unfortunate though, because no charge now just takes so much of that pressure off of G2.
So waste of a Herald. Dragon starts up. And this is G2 drawing their line in the sand. Broken Blade gets poked out to start us off.
Yeah, they're just getting chipped away at. Can G2 actually gain space onto this Dragon, especially with Vladdy on the flank?
The arrow's already up for Kalista, just trying to buy time for that ultimate as Vladdy threatening Caps. Caps goes in.
He does go in, but 4 members still stay in river. Labrov misses the hook there at 5k. The Dragon is still a ruse, still a bait. Kalista now with the ulti up, and with the equalizer too. G2 have to get away from the hot waters. Yike tries to run him around as the arrow zones out Skumon. They go for the flip, they go for the take, and they find it. KC are now on soul point. G2 once again walking away like the John Travolta meme.
With the position that they have and the HP advantage, they can set the sights on the mid tier 1, and I don't think KC can do much to respond respond. Pings are coming down onto the side lanes as Kana quickly tries to go bot to push that one out. He's indecisive though because he recognizes that G2's already moving into the bot side jungle, so he can't afford to overstep.
Especially as Labrov is starting to move down, so he can't really get access to it. The resets coming through from both carries on G2 as this is a dangerous spot. You're on a vision.
On ward, Labrov might be caught out. Broken Blade might have to stay and help out. Flash away from Labrov and he overdrives for now. Yike had the impale, but unfortunately Labrov is out of range.
Crucially though, because of this delayed recall, there's now easy access for Vladdy on the top side of the map, but he's choosing not to go for it. Instead, he wants to get another reset off. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, given that the resets are likely coming through. And so no further advantage gained. But this feels like a very tense game too. KC on sole point now, as G2, while they have the gold lead and their carries are ramping up, that next fight is going to be crucial, and we're seeing time and time again how difficult it is for G2 to gain access to an objective when they're second to it.
Callisto has ticked over to level 11, sorry, so that ultimate cooldown going to be much faster. So if KC are able to get access to the map faster, they can actually be the ones that start looking for these pick plays. And Callisto's been very good at all these dragon fights, finding that ultimate onto Skewmon, making it impossible for him to aggress on towards the dragon in this case, but the fight before it was just pick him off to kill him. So I think for Skewmon, getting access to these places is so difficult, and it's why we're seeing it's Caps who's down on the side lane.
Yeah, who all-ins, wants to reset as well. The damage is big. Ulti's away. Vladdy might be in trouble, but the Q dodge, the ulti dodge. Caps rocket jumps out, TPs to bring the play into fruition as Kana just ult him down, but he has to flash in and burn him right into the ground. A shutdown is big as Broken Blade is now caught between 4 members, ordering attack him down, slowing and slowing and slowing. That's what the Ashe does best. But G2, as they kite back, now have an Artican to think about, has the rest of the map to consider. The play works out, and KC at least taking Caps down.
KC collapse better and managed to pick off Caps on the back of it. Even when you look at the map, Yike is holding mid lane against Hansama as well, so they don't really get the push in mid either. It's just a bit of a skirmish, but it is going in the favor of KC.
It's a tense affair. We look back at the play. Caps playing with confidence, bear in mind, being a level down. Vladdy plays this nicely, gets the Q3, looking for the knock-up, tries to follow it with the ulti, but Caps is able to dodge away thanks to his W. Then a nice ulti from Kana, doesn't waste any time, flashes in, doesn't even give Caps an opportunity for his team to come in and save the day.
Yeah, once the movement speeds buff from that TP comes through, it's basically impossible unless Broken Blade can immediately CC him to buy him space, but it's just not possible. And now you're in a position where KC again finding picks, looking to establish vision past this river, and look again for Callisto ultimate to start things off.
After the flash, the Nimbus Cloak move speed, and I believe it is, just made Kana sprint at him at 600 MS. So that's something fun to watch out for as G2 invading bot side jungle. This is all the setup in a minute 45 for when that dragon spawns, something they must take. Also for the turret as Labrov misses the hook. Arrow as well under turret. Great buffer there, but Broken Blade was still stunned up actually. Must have just pressed it as the arrow came through. He still takes damage.
G2 don't get the tower. That's all 5 members committed for the bot side. And now you get the push in mid, but it's only just buying space for Vladdy on the top side. G2 trying to scramble, but mid lane turret, I think will fall. Maybe not. Callisto. No real Void Grubs coming back to bite them a bit. He's okay, he gets it.
Nicely done. 1k gold lead. The flow of this game changing again, but one thing remains true. KC still in a defining position yet again, game after game.
They certainly are. Vladdy getting what he can, and he's almost 2 levels up on Caps, just constantly moving to the side lane, has his TP available. The dragon spawning in 50 seconds, resets are coming through, and they are crucial. Notice that that tier is not fully stacked on the mana Mune, which means that the Mura mana not yet reached, and that is a crucial spike for Hansama that I don't think he's going to have for this Dragon Soul.
And I love that, Veddy, you did your clip for the analyst desk earlier, is basically how KC are picking apart G2 now, right? It's just good foundation. They're not ever overextending players on towards sides and like overcommitting numbers. It's, hey, we can play it on the map. We don't have to always bounce to the beat of G2's drum. And now KC set up for this potential soul. They're in the river first. G2 have to try and retake, but Vladdy TPing in, and that's a dangerous TP spot.
I'm looking at items, by the way. Caps coming in with an Infinity Edge. Labrov hooks in the Scorpion. The engage is there, but the Impale on the hot coals. Vladdy jumps in and makes it so easy. As right as rain, no. As fiery as hell for G2 as they lose Labrov. KC with 5 members, low health bars, but the Dragon's still on their mind.
Broken Blade is low and he doesn't have TP to get back into the fight.
So
he's looking for a flank.
Look at Vladdy on the heart. I'm almost popped in an instant. zone them off. And Infernal Soul, if you're thinking about the fiery belows, KC have just made it so.
It's a fiery bellow from KC as they are managing to take these fights. It is close. G2 are pushing back hard, but KC managing to get targets in front of this TP was clutch.
Look at how difficult it is to approach. The Rumble ultimate divides the team up. They engage onto the Skarner and the follow-up wombo combo. G2 are just being bounced around by this comp as Vladdy and Kalist find themselves with full HP. They get that initial pick and they turn it into Soul.
And even after that, Vladdy just stacking up his Q on the Dragon to then go in with the Soul Unbound and the Q3 to threaten the key carries in G2 off of the objective again. KC firing on all cylinders. G2 are just getting shot down.
And now Baron is up in a minute. Atakan's still there. What the hell happened to KC from 2024 to 2025? Like, I get the summer ramp up, but to this? Game 2 looking very favorable for them. Infernal Soul, we just mentioned and told you at home, if you're blind, you know, I can help you with that. Now on to Atakan. Listen in. It's being started by KC.
Well, I mean, the thing for G2 was that they lost Yike. Yike went to KC. They lost Mickey, but it's Yike now who's still standing, and he's had a fantastic series thus far. And a lot of people are looking at G2 saying, hey, they own the longest title record at 6. But it was with Yike that they got it. So Yike battling to take that record away from G2 and hold it as the longest standing player for that record.
Someone's walking away with 7, right?
Yeah.
It's either Yike or it's G2 as an organization. At the very least, KC, they've just picked up Atakan. There's a TP being burnt. It's a double. But Yike, while he's under threat, remember, he can ulti out, he can die, and he'll still come back to life. But he wants a trade in the meantime. Onto Caps. Infernal Soul makes it strong. He gets out. I think there was a bit of a buffer. Goes back and almost takes them down. G2 had to play hard and fast for that rule as Skumon died on the other side of the map.
End up getting the flash out from Vladdy, but as you rightly said, that's a pick. And now the Baron's alive with a numbers advantage and no jungler. That's an easy objective start.
Kana stopped the reset from Caps, which was crucial there because he doesn't have the TP. Now he's got both Broken Blade and Caps in base. And KC have started up this Baron.
The only difference is not many ults available, but they can still turn and burn with their damage. And quite literally, Hansama's scared to walk in even with summoners available.
I mean, what does Lebrov do here? Like, Targamas is just zoning him away from the objective.
It's gone.
That is an easy pickup, and KC with firm control over game 2, looking to put themselves on match point here in the winter final.
What? All right, well, something, King's Dynasties, Legacies.
Out the door.
You had to get one in there, didn't you?
I mean, from the turnaround, we'll talk about it later. Just show me the replay, because Skumon got caught.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I mean, looks like stepping up towards Targamas, the spell shield doesn't do anything. The W, yeah, and then the actual, nice. Really well played. The Impale coming through as well. Skumon was never escaping away from that one.
A nice pickup, a shutdown as well. The Baron now secured for KC. 26 minutes in, and earlier we talked about how it felt like the flow of the game was in KC's control. Well, now they've got a tight grip as G2 fighting back.
But the setup's in a really good area. The wild growth is there. Hansama might be able to do some damage, but Targamas isn't dying yet. Yike went a bit deep here, and I think the Cassante drew him in, so now he just has to die. He'll withdraw, but Hansama cannot. He'll flash, and he might die. Lebrov under turret. He's dead. There's no second chances as KC run another into the ground.
Kalist is moving straight towards that bot lane, tier 2. Vladdy just pushing in mid. But KC, they end up trading 1 for 1. Caps goes in.
He does go in onto Kalist. Caps definitely goes in, but he will not be going out. These are real death as Caps is down for 45 seconds.
There's a TP from Vladdy towards that top side. KC realize they've got a moment to try and keep up this pressure, especially with the mid laner of G2 going down. I don't think you can really get much here from Vladdy on this top side, though. Look at where G2 are. Pushed out mid, now starting to collapse towards KC.
I mean, they're getting out skirmished on the map. They're getting picked apart. Yike already made his way back thanks to the Atakan buff. He's trying to steal this, but they don't have the numbers. And look at Kana in the bot lane.
He's just pushing in consistently. There will be a steal. Skumon gets his own blue buff, but while KC keep them busy, Kana makes mincemeat of the turret. Don't know how that works into your diet, but you can't digest that if you're G2, and I don't think you'll be able to digest this one either.
Vladdy continuing the push on the top side. Another tower going to be secured. Caps now respawns, but the mid tower as well, all across the board. KC pick apart G2.
It's 7,500 gold lead. Before the Baron, it was about a 2K lead. So, as you'll see, My math has told you, top right, the Red Bull Baron power play was a 5K play. KC are playing out of their mind in a high-pressure match.
And it's a minute until Elder Dragon. That was the defining factor in game number 1. Now, KC want to use the last remnants of this Baron buff to push in these waves, re-establish vision on this bottom side of G2's jungle, and make sure there is no way G2 can get in here.
What an incredible display this has been from KC. Of course, they've still got to close it out, but with the way that they've been playing, it feels difficult to find a way for G2 to turn this one around. They're going to have to show some Caps magic if they want to. Kalist looking to zone them from the river right now.
Vladdy, who's on bot side, though, he can actually look for this flank.
Labrov, hook onto Kana, so close, the arrow misses, though. A relief for G2 as the flip doesn't work from Broken Blade either. Caps tries to poke, but Kana's is just that much more influential. Caps is running down mid, though, with a minion wave. He'll have the inside track and objective bounty. But KC, 10 seconds till the Elder spawns. They still have the river to themselves.
They don't really have a great engage, though. Targamas needs to go for the flash pulverize if he wants to set it up, but Vladdy now in mid.
And they're on the wrong side as well. Broken Blade already chunked to half HP. Yikes zones him off. Targamas jumps on in. He'll be hooked in, but the Unbreakable Will makes it hard as the Equalizer is down as well. G2 running for their dear lives, which they'll have none of as Kalist takes one away. Hans Summer in the ground again. And G2 still being slowed. KC have every single tool in their arsenal to make sure that they go nowhere. G2 are hyped as the favorites, but KC throw that out the door.
KC just shepherd G2 to their deaths. The TP in from Caps to try and make magic happen.
But into Targamas, he's got to get a reset. He at least finds that. Yike is the next target. His old jungle friend as Broken Blade is separated from his mid laner. Vladdy gets ulted out. It's a Broken Blade ult that does a lot of work itself, and Vladdy needs to heal up and does so now while the rest of the fight is going too well for KC. It's just gold at this point for the blue wall.
G2 are throwing their bodies into that blue wall, hoping against hope that something will change, but that change is KC looking to go 2-0 against G2 in the LEC.
Caps is going to die here as well. There's an Elder execute. Vladdy gets so close, takes him down. This is unbelievable.
2-0-5 for Vladdy. As we look back at this play, G2 trying to focus on the mid lane towers, trying to make a response play to the Elder spawning, but like look at the front line. G2 are just forced to retreat as damage upon damage falls onto their heads until they have nowhere left to run to. A pick comes down onto Hans Summer, a flash comes in from Targamas to set up the play onto Skewmon, and without a jungler, there is no hope left for G2 to stop the Elder dropping.
Vladdy getting that knock-up onto Hans Sam as well, crucial there, and this is where we get to see Caps and Broken Blade TPing back in. Yes, they get Targamas, but as they start to go through, it's KC who are able to continue the collapse. Vladdy coming across, gets Caps out of the equation. Kalist's ultimate is about to come back off the cooldown as well, which is why Caps can't really step into this position. And it's Labrov that falls. It's Broken Blade sure to follow afterwards. And there's little that the G2 solo laners can do here.
A nice little play from Vladdy there as well, getting the fruit so that he can heal up to avoid death from Caps. Keeps his deathless scoreline alive as the Baron respawns. And I mean, G2 now need to start thinking about game 3, because to turn this game around is going to be, I mean, nearly impossible.
Does feel like it, doesn't it? Every single response of a hook never goes well. I think we talked about it a bit in draft, but Lavrov, this blitzcrank pick, has not been able to find the targets it wants.
And this is something where, unfortunately, if you're in that position, you start to fall behind. The hooks only go the opposite direction. TP now in the mid lane. G2 are looking to try and set up a pick on that bot wave, but they don't even care. KC know that they just want to use this Baron to the last remnants of the Elder Dragon to crack open the base.
They'll do it with ease, won't they? It's almost an 11k gold lead. This game still feels like it's in the bin. For G2, they'll poke out as best they can, but look at the top wave being shepherded in by Kana, the level 16 Rumble, who obliterated the lane thanks to the swap, and he's never let go of that grip on Broken Blade's neck.
The siege coming into the top tier 3 tower. Few defenses remain as the base falls apart.
Arrow's blocked, but Broken Blade still gets chunked. Elder's down in 5 seconds. Vladdy tries to jump in and get an execute, however quick it may have been. but denied. Elder's now gone, but Baron's still there. The damage on the Nexus turret is real.
Here comes the Rumble ult.
Equalizer. It's beautiful. Korean Rumble feels just like Korean Aatrox to G2. The fate sealed from Vladdy as he pulls out yet another Theos ultimate. Vladdy on a killing spree. KC on a tear. And all I can ask Europe right now as they kill and take away the champions of old is, are you feeling blue?
Look at the excitement on the face of Yike as he goes 2-0 up against his former team. KC are riding the wave right now as they put themselves on match point.
Shox is standing by with Kameno to feel the energy of France and the KC fan base.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just gonna go right in. Kameto. Oh my God, 2-0.
2-0, yeah. I'm feeling great.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what has been so good about your team so far?
I don't know, they love to play with each other. Like they have a great time playing together. And we have like the great, like I don't know, but the greatest rookies of the league. Vladdy is showing up big time in these playoffs. Kalist, obviously, everyone knows, and we're waiting for him. And everyone is stepping up, and we're doing really good. But we need to stay focused.
Yeah, you need to stay focused, but like, does it feel like a rev, like a dream? Because this is insanity.
That's what I was saying in stream last year. At the same time, we were 0-7 in the LEC. It was cold. And every team was spamming, you are here, going to the 0-9. So yeah, right now I need to stay calm because it's a dream. Yeah.
I get it. I'll let you calm down a little bit and good luck. We'll take a little break and then 2-0 for KC already. We'll be right back.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
yeah.
Guys, before the drop starts, stay humble, stay calm, stay connected.
TP now. Slow. Look, Blitz, no flash. Play slow.
Blitz no flash.
No flash, twist.
I go
Just jump.
Go Drake. Come.
I can look, by the way.
Look on Blitz.
Don't target, okay? Can something. Fire share too.
It's winning. Get another jump.
Blitz, no flash, Blitz.
I'm fine. Get another jump.
Nice. Yeah, good job. Lost a bit focus, but it's fine.
We paint the town blue tonight in the LEC as KC takes us to match points already against G2 Esports, and I am speechless, guys.
What a game! It's not what I was expecting. I can't even find my words to what K-Corp is doing right now. Pushing G2, making all the perfect adaptations, and now being on the cusp of 3-0, that's just insane.
They are smurfing. They're just running G2 on the entire map. I've never seen KC with this much discipline, with this much strength. I think they're just playing out of their mind right now. I think this is peak KC right now.
Okay, but talk me through this, Finn, because we set the expectation at the beginning of the day, saying this is still very G2 favored. How can we beat G2? How can they overcome G2? And we had a toolkit really well set up by Vedi, telling us what to do. So is this what KC has been doing this? Do you see some of these elements?
Yeah, so Vedi has told us earlier today what are the 2 key points that you need to do to beat G2. So the first thing was contain Broken Blade. I think KC has played both games on blue side, and I think Broken Blade has had a sleeper series so far. We've not seen Broken Blade being very active on the map, and he's been kind of under the radar. So first of all, I think they've done that great. And the second point that Vedi said was that you just need to play good, fundamental League of Legends. And if we pull up a replayer behind me, I'm going to break down why KC is playing good, fundamental League of Legends. Because I'm really excited, because this is just exactly what I wanted to see from them.
All right.
So here we see KC with 3 dragons. Dragon Soul coming up. And they're all so aware of it. You see here, Vlad is basing right now on his Yone, trying to get his item, and KC is already in the river. They want to hold this river because they realize whoever is first in the river will be favored. And if you pause the clip right here you see Vlad TPing in, and sometimes this TP looks a little bit scary sometimes, but KC is so ready to back him up here. And if you start rolling out the clip, you see all of KC is going to come in and help their mid laner get this TP in. And they just culminate so beautifully with the Skarner ult on top of the Rumble ult and the Yone ult. And they completely take the fight away from G2. And this is not a surprise. This is just good fundamental League of Legends.
Exactly, and honestly, looking forward at the next game, it is a tough situation for G2, because right now I remember the last time where someone in the lower bracket final was challenging them was actually me and Malmo.
Oh, really?
It's a little bit of self-glaze, you know, but it's not about that. It's not about me. It's about K-Corp and the momentum that they have from this lower bracket run. Yesterday, they won the first 2 games. Sure, it went to 5 games, but the adaptations that we wanted to see from them are here right now. And now, similar situation as yesterday. G2 is choosing red side. What are we going to see? Is Kana still going to be able to pull off his champions? Or is G2 going to find adaptations they need?
We talked earlier in the year about the year of the rookies is coming back, a renaissance, so to say. I think we're witnessing a rookie coup d'etat right now in the league. I think the old kings are getting taken down by this blue wall, and I really love seeing Kalista and Vlad just stepping up to the challenge. They are not scared in the final, and they're not scared of playing good League of Legends. They're not scared of playing their own game.
I want to challenge you guys on something, though, because I believe in the form of the day. I believe in staged experience. I believe in momentum that you can carry through the loser bracket, but I would like to remind you the fact that game 1 and 2 versus Fnatic, good. And then what? Took them to game 5. Draft 1 and 2 versus G2 last week, great. And then what? So I'm really interested in this adaptation from KC, starting at this game 3 here, especially with G2 being on red side. For sure, they're cooking something.
Right now, it's the critical point of the series, because yesterday, we saw 2 great games from Targamas. When he was playing Comfort, he was playing Space Makers, he was playing Skirmishers, and it felt like he and Yike were the engine of K-Corp. But then we saw in game 3 that he went off the script a little bit, going into Enchantress. Right now, my challenge for K-Corp, and what I really want to see from K-Corp, is picking up another sort of engaged support, just because this is how the team functions best.
I like what we want to see from K-Corp here, but they're in the driver's seat here, Finn. What do we want to see from G2? Because it is not looking great for them so
Well,
far.
I want to go back to what Odo said earlier in the day, talking about these scary, spooky picks in the top lane. I think giving Broken Blade that R5 is just setting him up for total success. I want to see them look for these kind of champions that you're not really used to seeing. I think I need them to put Kana outside of his comfort zone. I think Kana's had a great series so far, but I really want to see Broken Blade wake up in the series and pick one of his funny champions.
Exactly, because we haven't seen any of that yet. And G2, when they perform best, it's exactly when Broken Blade is picking his sort of champions. And yeah, sorry, I'm getting fumbled.
There was a lot of tissues on his desk. I got very confused.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but I want Broken Blade to do the things that he's most known from. This is where he puts his foot down. And Kana, we have seen him previously struggle when he's playing these sort of meta champions that don't have a lot of impact.
And to me, this series kind of mirrors last series, because last series we saw Kana get pulled into Broken Blade's game. Kana was playing these tanks and it looked so uncomfortable. But meanwhile, this is Broken Blade getting pulled into Kana's game. Now Kana is on the carries. He's the one getting these champions that he's really comfortable with. And if he can keep doing this, I don't see how G2 can challenge them.
Oh, let's see what they can be comfortable with. Again, here in this Game 3, a lot of champions taken off the board. Guys, we are going to cover the draft here at the desk, starting with Lulu ban, followed by Draven on the side of his.
Yeah, what I'm looking out for is these remaining engaged supports. I think of the Braum and the Nautilus. For me, I really want to see Targamas in one of these two champions, because I think that's when he finds the most success. So I would love to see them secure something from early game, because if you drop your support to 4-5, it becomes very hard to get those champions.
Exactly. We see the Kalista Draven trade as usual when you face these two teams. I'm surprised that series is still open this late into Fearless. It feels like it's going to be one of the lock bans. The Warwick ban coming in, now it screams that G2 needs to ban Ambessa, otherwise exactly you don't really have a good counter pick here. But now what are the OP picks here? K-Corp could be looking for the Nautilus here to secure it early, but I feel like there should be an OP jungle here.
Yeah, there's still the Sejuani combos that Yike has been very good on, and there's also the AD carries that are still open. I think it's the Victor has been very popular here in Europe, and it's not something that we see a lot in the LCK, but it has been a power pick in the beginning of the year.
And Vladdy maneuvering it last time was deadly, so I would be keeping an eye on
Exactly,
that.
it's not really such a successful pick over here in the LEC, but Vladdy, when I think of him and his best games so far this year have been on these sort of control mages, and the Victor, good, reliable, safe pick. Opens you up for the counter pick against the red side 1-2. Now I'm curious what G2 is going to be looking for. Are they going for more lane power? Are they looking for a little bit more agency and skirmish power around the mid lane? Because I feel like that's where it's been the biggest lacking point.
And it looks like Len Cryo here for the bot lane, Finn. Does that make sense?
Yes, securing Caitlyn, I think right now she's probably the strongest lane AD carry that's left in the game. So just picking that early on the red side, combining that with a Ryze, who very easily pushes and moves to the lane where Caitlyn is, allows G2 to have a very simple game plan. Caps will push mid and move to Hansama.
And it is quite obvious right now. They're putting all the eggs in the Hansama basket because they want to get a little bit of a bigger early game lead so that they can transition that into a more comfortable position in the mid game, which is funny because we've seen this sort of rotation earlier from K-Corp where they went for the Ryze Viego and they got countered. Feels a little bit preemptive to go put your eggs all in this basket.
And I'm a bit skeptical towards this Jhin so early in the draft, not knowing what is going to be played around that Caitlyn.
I like it.
You like it?
I think Jhin is a good answer to the Caitlyn. I think he will kind of keep the same range. It doesn't really get bullied out by the Caitlyn. And especially, Jhin is really good at following up in these river fights because his W is so long range. Here, Yike picking the Xinqiao is very strong in the river fights, and he can easily follow up on those fights with his W.
So the thought process is this for K-Corp. They pick the Jhin because they want to eliminate a power lane for G2 to play around, because right now if you pick Jhin into Caitlyn, you're gonna get prio. Ryze doesn't really have a lot of playmaking tools around you, and with Xin Zhao it feels like your skirmish around the both sides of the map is very powerful, but G2 is going for the Pantheon here.
Yeah, G2 is going for the Pantheon. Scuman had such a good performance on it earlier, but I also want to bring it back to what we said earlier. Targamas has not picked an engage support or mid support, and he might now get pinched in the 4-5 by G2. That Nautilus and that Braum that was open might get picked away, so we're going to have to see him expand the champion pool, and we're going to see what they have to bring out here.
I feel like even though it's going to get banned here, I don't really feel like it's a bot lane game right now, at least for G2. I feel like all of a sudden it's going to become a top lane game where you have the Pantheon to unleash BB and Caps to create chaos around the map, and I'm going to be looking mainly over there on what G2 can be cooking, because right now K-Corp did neutralize the both side of the map.
Yeah, and I also want to bring back this Pantheon doesn't have to go jungle. This could be a top lane Pantheon, this could be a support Pantheon. We saw it earlier today in the NLC finals, a Pantheon support get brought out. But this is just such a powerful flex pick, and it doesn't really say anything to KC. But no skew mod, it probably goes to the jungle.
I'll still be banning the Nautilus here if I'm K-Corp, because there's always the risk that Nautilus... Realistically, the support from G2 is going to be coming over here on 4, just so BB gets the counter pick so he can unleash himself a little bit here. So I am looking at K-Corp and how they get their engage. Exactly, the Nautilus comes in.
Yeah, the Nautilus as a response to the Brown ban is pretty standard, because those are like the 2 core champions out. So now both of the supports will most likely be of the ranged kind, which makes the game a lot more volatile, because it makes it a lot harder to facial vision. If your support is a squishy little enchanter, getting into those dark rivers becomes very scary.
I do give the advantage a little bit here to G2, just because you have the options. Ooh, the Thresh.
That is a very Lebrov pick, I have to say. Lebrov Gems, I met this player playing Thresh, and I'm very surprised to see this one here.
I feel like the kitchen's on fire a little bit for G2 here.
I'm feeling the Pike from Targamas. I think Pike is good into the fresh. We saw it yesterday from Mickey, looked great, and it's an old Targamas classic. And I think when you have a self-sufficient AD carry like Jhin, you have a lot of freedom to do whatever you want on the map.
The only part I dislike here about G2's draft is that BB now will be forced to play a little bit of a tank, a little bit of a frontliner, just because you have so much cooking in the draft. I love the Rakan pickup here. It is versatile. It doesn't really... how to say, it doesn't really stomp lane or have a lot of lane power, but it has the power to keep everything together and keep it stable. And from what I remember, it is a good matchup to the Thresh. I'm wondering right now, what is Kana going to be going for? I feel like just the easy... I mean, Nar is a great pick. Nar is an amazing pick just because G2's comp really needs a tank right now. When you opt to go for the Thresh and you don't really have any pure frontline in the game right now on your side, you need a frontline. And what counters frontline? Well, it's the little Yordle in the top lane.
Do you know any spooky picks that would work well into the Gnar?
Ooh.
Urgot coming in. I don't think that's a good matchup for Urgot. When I think about Urgot, I think Gnar does really well into him because he holds him at his range. He never really goes into the Urgot.
It is a spooky champion because when he ults you and grinds you in like that, you know, it is terrifying. So I don't really like it just because it's so all in on this skirmish power. It's so all in on collecting so many random kills. And for me, K-Corp just has so much stability in the draft. I feel like top lane is winning in isolation, mid lane has the prior and it outranges the Rise, and the bot lane is just stable enough.
Who wins draft? Who wins draft here?
Oh, I love Casey's draft.
I
think especially the Rakan pick was just so good and really tied it together. It really shows what we like about Casey when Targamas is on engage.
Where are we keeping our eyes at in the early game, Odo?
For G2 or for K-Corp?
For anyone.
Mid lane has been the story of the series. If mid lane gets unleashed, either side is winning.
All eyes on mid lane. Casey is one game away from doing it 1 year later. The insane recovery they've been able to do in the LEC has been phenomenal. Can they do it with this draft? Can they do it with this game? Or is G2 gonna offer us a series? Casters, take it away.
There's no way surely this ends in a 3-0. After we came into the day, we're like, yeah, some people said, G2 might 3-0, there's 3-1 it. There is no way KC 3-0 their first finals in the LEC a year after their inception against none other than G2.
Surely, right?
Surely.
I mean, the problem is for G2, they have to start a reverse sweep. And KC, they're one game away from taking them down either way. I think it's a statement from the Karmine Corp side.
The support is strong for the side of G2. Our long-standing champions, the Grand Slam winners of 2024, looking to be usurped by 2 rookies and 3 veterans. It's easy to forget, but both Yike and Targamas won titles through this G2 organization. Kana, an LCK champion as well. And Vladi and Kalist really rising up through the ERLs to find themselves in a situation that not many find themselves in. Kalist, his first finals after his first split.
After getting through, and remember again, in the ERLs, he didn't have much success and getting knocked out, of course, by BDSA in EMEA Masters, but still they said, man, when he reaches the LEC, he's going to hit the high highs.
His first split was crazy. Remember, like, he joined LFL, immediately won LFL, immediately won EMEA Masters, and everyone was like, so this is the guy. This is the guy.
It's a prodigy,
and to be fair, he really did live up to the hype.
And he's getting hype from this guy as well. As Cap said, if they keep going, there'll definitely be a huge rivalry. I feel like this quote is now made true by this series. Like, Cap's maybe a bit before his time, or...
I mean, really, we've had, in terms of the top 4, an absolutely banger series.
Been good.
The Fnatic versus Koi, the full 5 games yesterday.
Yep.
Into Well, I mean, we're going to see. I mean, I think everyone wants more. I mean, KC fans want a win right here. But we want more games. We want more excitement. Let's see if G2 can do it. They've picked a composition that the desk really didn't like, and it's easy to understand why. They have a relatively short-range composition, especially on the top side of the map, with Caitlyn looking to try and leverage her range. Speaking of...
Yep, and that just enables Hansama to auto.
To basically force a lot of skirmishes, 2v2s, 3v3s, and try and find advantages through side lanes and clever usage of how this Ryze ultimate interacts with the map.
Yeah, I think it's the dual semi-globals that G2 are looking to play around, because a lot of this game has been KC dictating the pace of the map, getting to objectives first, not getting caught out, or allowing KC to get into position to defend crucial points in the map. This is basically G2 saying, hey, we want to bypass that. We want to try and lean into this very fast pace when we get to the mid game, where we can outnumber KC on side lanes, on towers, and just make plays quicker than KC can respond.
Hook again, nice. Targamas gets out of the way, but Labrov and Hansama are trying to exert their pressure in this 2v2 continuously, and look at where junglers are. They can stay here isolated in the 2v2, and not the first time in the series that we've seen standard lanes, but maybe it is. Maybe I could just be wrong. I'm just sick of seeing lane swaps. It is nice to see that we get to see Hansama and Labrov, who were emphasized on their 2v2s throughout the split, actually get to play one for themselves.
For me, I think that what's crucial in this third game is that Skewmont gets a little bit unlocked on the map. We really haven't seen him be super proactive in the early games for G2 so far in this series. And I want to see him grouping back up with Labrov and looking for plays, as he's already spotted out Yike. He will secure the first crab. And he can even use the prio that he has in mid to move over to the bottom one if he wants.
Yeah, you can see the path from Yike didn't clear out his Krug, so doesn't have the level 4 available, so can't really contest for Skewmont on the objective. Skewmont is able to fully clear out his jungle, now moving down to pick up that extra one. So grand scheme of things, nice start from Skewmont. And I think this is what you really need on this Pantheon, a great start that you can leverage into early ganks, into early pressure. And he actually, I wasn't sure if he's going to try and make his way down into this bottom side, but there is a ward for KC to spot out any sort of positioning from Skewmont in this right rush.
Bit ahead in terms of speed now as well. Yike has his bot side to clear, but Skewmont obviously clearing a little bit quicker. He's going to get double scuttle here, get his back in, not first, but get maybe more influential back, as Yike just went back for Ruby Crystal and a longsword, which will speed up his clear a little bit as well. Hook City down bot today. I mean, Labrov is just living there.
Keeping my eyes on the top lane matchup as well. I heard the devs talk about how they weren't super keen on the matchup in and of itself, but Broken Blade's off to a pretty healthy lead already in the 1v1. You can see he's got about a wave up on Kana. The experience is still the same, but in terms of gold, a slight advantage building in his favor. And the same can be said in mid as Caps continues to keep the push up. Yike hovering around bot means that KC could be looking for a play.
Death Sentence is not connecting. KC playing with it a little bit, and with the fog of war, Yike was just spotted. So they know he's there. It was on the edge of vision as well, as you get a picture towards mid.
Though, because they're still playing very far up. Labrov doesn't know. Oh, he doesn't know.
Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe it's just an observer thing. Labrov did walk up. He flayed, but he's just dead. First blood to KC.
A nice job by Yike to sneak on into the brush. May have just been the observer swap over in the vision where he spotted him, and Labrov still trying to play aggressive, gets caught, and massive win for KC on the bottom side, just alleviating that pressure that Hansama and Labrov were doing such a good job of keeping up.
Certainly is. I mean, ultimately it's not going to result in a huge amount, because look at the camp advantage Skewmont is currently sitting on. All this has done is really equalize the gold as G2 set their sights on the top side of the map. Caps has the ulti available.
True, and Skewmont beelining there as well. There's good damage
Kana's
from what going to be used. You're right, Kana, but no Mega Gnar. He flashes away, and he's going to build out that bar. He will be able to hold on the wall. Fear Beyond Death as well set up, and Kana into the grinder. Broken Blade makes him a crab.
This is exactly what needs to happen for G2. Forcing these skirmishes, roaming with the Ryze, utilizing the ultimate to find picks, they equalize the kill score, and Skewmont secures the first grab.
G2, though, aren't comfortable to keep going. They're looking for Vladdy.
Oh, the Lantern with the flay as well is brilliant. Vladdy's got no mana, but the Death Sentence misses. Targamas gets the knock up, but there's no further damage. Vladdy is just out of mana.
Vladdy still needs to reset, though, as you say, for that mana. And now Skewmont going to instead take one grub on top side, move towards Dragon. the dragon stacking has been KC's win condition throughout this series, so Skumon basically trying to right those wrongs down and say, I need to start this and take this away to enable us to play on sides, to cross-map and use these semi-globals that we have.
And Hansama doing a good job of keeping bot lane pushed in. Caps again with the prior on mid lane. Vladdy regroups with the team as a root comes through from Kalist.
I mean, Hansama, a bit of damage there. He walks into a trap. He has to cleanse away. Hansama, see the counterplay from your mother.
He's clean with it. Gets the headshot. But the dragon is stolen by KC on the other side.
But there is a dark passage. The play doesn't end there. Caps gets a rune prison. He runs into the Chaos Storm. Vladdy walks back for the lost chapter, so he's got some damage to play with. But the Chaos Storm is simply a zoning tool while Wind becomes lightning and Caps becomes up, then down. Skumon over the wall. It turns into a scrap. Everybody's dying. Lebrov's getting low, but Skumon can't go back in because he knows he too will perish. Vladdy's going to get a kill. You make it a double. Do you want to upgrade to the triple cheeseburger, sir? No, says KC, that walk away with a successful kill in the end.
The gravity field from Vladdy there stopped the re-engage from G2, isolating two crucial members so KC could pick them off. It looked so good, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a KC win.
We look back at the play-in again as the kill happens on the bot side of the map. Targamas with a nice knock-up, the hook to try and disengage any follow-up, but as the dragon is secured, G2 think that they can go for the re-engage because they have the numbers advantage. But this wall is going to prove perilous because Caps moves up towards the top side while the rest of G2 go towards the bot, and KC catch out the single target that is Caps. A nice hook allows for Lebrov to rejoin with the rest of his team, but it can't allow Hansama, so it ends up just being a 2 versus 2. Skumon doesn't have the HP, and Vladdy gets accelerated. He now has the upgraded E. He's fast-tracking his upgraded Q. And we know what he's like on this Victor as he gets going.
This Broken Blade will not go anywhere. At least buffers with the Disdain is nice. As Kana now into range is perfect. Broken Blade has the flash because of the boomerang in tow as well. Hyper will give him slower, at least movement speed, rather attack speed. Kana gets a push. Broken Blade doesn't have TP, so he has to stick around.
Especially when you've got those Void Grubs up and available on the top side, but Yike is actually covering on boss. They're baiting here.
When will the curtain call? Lebrov is zoning out, looking for the death sentence himself. You said Yike, Wind becomes lightning, but does not become Lebrov. A bit of turret damage from Hansama as well. Starts setting up the traps that set up the solo kill before. I think one of the things you need to rave about with G2 now with that fight going so awry is the fact that Hansama is actually frying a bit with this bottom lane.
Yike trying to cover for a potential cross map though there on the bot half means that they don't actually get in position to take the Void Grubs that are still up and available. They could have tried to use that advantage the Khan had gained in the top half, but instead trying to protect Kalist on the bottom side. You've already got 2 kills for Vladdy, so KC, it feels like right now their mindset is defend plays from G2 and just try and get into a position where they continue to the strong team fights that their composition organizes.
Very much agree. KC want to slow the game down. You know,
yep.
Get a little bit more control, as Dagda was saying, and just leverage the fact that now you have a lot more prio in this mid lane matchup. Because you've got the upgraded E, you just wipe away those minion waves. And while Ryze can match with the wave clear, this is where the range becomes a problem. Because Victor, he can already poke you from the other side of the map. I mean, okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it feels like that with the amount that he just chips away at your HP bar with that laser. And you're seeing it on your screen right now, especially with the Blackfire Torch upgrade. He just melts through that wave. G2 have swapped their bot lane up to top with the intent of securing those early grubs. And it looks like Kalista's here to match.
At least for Hansama, I mean, playing through him right now for G2, that's what the desk were talking about, that this bot lane needs to get ahead and needs to stay ahead as well. Hansama already towards his first item at the very least, as G2 thinking about how they can position to make 3 grubs out of 1 currently. Dark Passage set up, Chaos Storm down, he's got Blackfire Torch. This Victor's stronger than you'd think he'd be. Onto Lebrov, the flash is at least negated, but Vladdy got another kill. 3 here for the Creek God. Wind becomes lightning, becomes a flash for Skumon. KC are going to take these with glee.
Still though, Narc has to try to escape Kana, nearly running in towards Broken Blade there. So KC, they pick up the kill. As Lebrov goes that little bit too far forward, but Caps now.
Be caught out. There's going to be a Mega Gnar here as well. He doesn't have his flash from the last fight. He's into the wall and stuck there. A second time, Kana ordering him away. Lands on his head, and Caps gets clapped as Kana's going to be into the grinder. That's good, but Vladdy's not done yet. The knockup is he's low on mana and can't find anything apart from an auto that secures the kill out of nowhere.
Kill after kill, Vladdy is getting monstrous. This Victor is 4-0-1 right now, and it's a 1.5k gold lead over Caps.
Vladdy, his Victor has been insane. One of the few mid laners still bringing this Victor to the table, and he has been exceptional on us. Picking up, and it's like, G2 are just dropping like flies. The second they step into them, the gravity wells have been fantastic. And it's just setting up so nicely for KC to get these picks.
Must have been an enhanced Q. I thought, oh, he's got no mana. That's just an auto. But it ripped through the shield of Broken Blade, and 4 kills for a Victor early. If you're worried about how long it takes for Victor to get into the game, it's just unbearable to see that at 12 minutes in the game, he's onto his second item now.
I mean, he's 70 stacks, and I'm pretty sure that's on his way to his 3rd upgrade, not his 2nd. Okay?
Oh dear.
And just because he's been involved, you get, I think it's 20 stacks per kill. Like, it was 25 and then they nerfed it. But the fact that he's been involved in 5 kills, Skewmon has used the ultimate. He set his sights onto Vladdy.
Oh, Vladdy's in a lot of trouble, but the Chaos Storm setting down will help out a little bit, but Vladdy in the middle of 3, you can't do anything about that. At least the Chaos Storm is going to get something after the back, and while he's dead, Vladdy gets another shutdown. Death Sentence misses here. Caps kites back, and he's looking for his old jungler, and he kites away. Lebrov gets that one as G2 in front of the Dragon stagnate the blows.
G2, don't let the game get away from them. They keep looking for plays. A nice ulti from Skewmon allows them to get that shut down onto Vladdy. It was unfortunate for G2 that Lebrov ended up getting that kill onto Yike because their carries are in desperate need of that gold. But even then, Kalist utilizing his ultimate to still, at the very least, get a kill back for KC.
Yeah, I think you'd just be happy with the fact that you can actually get something here for G2. Skewmon gets the CC down, and Yike is desperately trying to get access to the backline. Targum is coming in to help him. At least secures 1 as Skewmon ends up falling to Vladdy again. And then Caps getting that lantern, crucial there, just to get him out of safety. Yike even tries, but the wind becomes lightning once more at the end, but doesn't quite hit the mark.
Big moment for Broken Blade in fights now as well. Remember, when you get towards the max level of Purge, the W the max first, no mana, no problems, always on in a fight as well. You just gotta wait for the shotgun knees to refresh us all. Broken Blade 2-1 and 2. He's the one who's taken the most kills so far out of G2 as this Dragon still in contest at 2.8k, and KC thinking about how they get in.
Vladdy's ultimate is nearly up. They're just trying to find time. Stolen again!
I feel like he's just smite king this split. How many times does Yike just walk into your house and start raiding your fridge? Like, get out, Yike! Like, how? Who let him in?
I mean, in the regular season, it was Yike who ended up getting the steals against Skewmon. That kind of made it a bit questionable.
The thing is, right, that Lebrov is the whole threat. Because if the hook goes wide, then what does KC really need to be afraid of anymore? That stun to come through from Skewmon? Sure. Stunners, go ahead. What is Vladdy going to do? He's going to put the gravity field down, and he's going to stun up your Pantheon. So they have so much confidence when it comes to walking towards these Drakes, because the only thing they have to be cautious of is Lebrov. And once he's out of the question, then it becomes an easy objective contest. Still, when we look at the greater game, it's important to recognize where a lot of the gold is sitting. And we've already talked so much about Vladdy, but Hysterics, you've been highlighting a lot how Hansama has maintained a good performance throughout this game. He finds himself with an 800 gold lead over Kalist. He's got his first item completed, and he's still in a prime position to be a real threat as the game continues.
I think the issue, though, is that you are a Caitlyn, right? So your mid-game is going to take that step back, whereas Vladdy only starts to go from strength to strength now, and especially as you're looking towards a potential Rift Herald, or sorry, Void Grubs on the cards for them, but yeah, Broken Blade not going to stop. But yeah, the Void Grubs now coming through as well. You can start to get up to 5 Void Grubs here for KC. I think this is where KC now can start to force objective fights, but also force potential turret trades. And especially for a team like G2, who would have liked to try and play off these semi-globals, the lack of Void Grubs is really unfortunate for them.
Feats of strength. We're going to be at 1 apiece for both sides as KC secure their 3rd objective. G2 getting the lead in terms of the kills earlier, mean that the tower is what will determine it. And the Herald spawning 30 seconds away. A lot for both these teams to play for.
Is this real? Like, what is happening?
I mean,
it's crazy that KC again in this game, in this position. As KC setting up the top as well, and Broken Blade has to pay attention. The game is still so even.
I love how aware KC are of the win conditions from G2, though. Look at where Pantheon and Lebrov were. They are immediately moving down to this bot side to threaten a dive on towards Kana. Kana shifts completely out of that vicinity and says, no, we will trade towers on opposite side of the map. We are giving you nothing in this game. And this is where G2 are just kind of getting stumped. They don't know where they're supposed to be to try and force these plays. Kalist does need to be a little careful on the mid-wave, though, as there's several members of G2 here, and one hook could be a disaster.
Lebrov's waiting to send it out, walks to the turret, Death Sentence connects. No dive there. Celestial Blessing will be down as well as Hansama shows his face. But remember, the only thing here now is a Herald that G2 start while they push top and reset. So for G2, they hold control over top.
The most vulnerable points for KC are when they are trying to split across all 3 lanes, because you are very vulnerable both as Mininar and Victor to try and protect these side waves. That's why we're seeing KC. Yes, they have Khan on the bot wave, but they're trying to clump up as 4. They look for the mid lane turret, and they're just not trying to give G2 opportunities to use the double ultimates that they have.
But it will be a 2-for-1 trade. Broken Blade's going to get top, but Kana, I think, just gets bot.
Yeah.
I think KC's overall quite happy with this, just because it's likely that G2 will then use the Herald to secure mid, so ultimately it'll just be all of the outer towers looking to fall. 3rd tower goes down for KC. Oh no, they're committing to top. They want to keep pressure on one side of the map.
Artemis in for a flank. Lebrov hooks him out. There's the zone in. Atari definitely more valuable. So the long con play for G2 works out as they get out with it. And Han Summer, he's over a trap right now, but they group up as 5.
My only issue with that is I feel mid tower gives you so much access into the jungle.
That's true.
Which I think is very important for G2's composition that wants to attack side lanes. Targamas will get hooked.
A Death End is going to be taken in. The Dark Passage down as well. The box laid bare, but away they get separated. Yikes, ulti was brilliant. The new KC jungle, the old blood from G2 has to tell them to go away while Kana, an inner turret of his own making, is there while Hansama's on the run. Wind becomes lightning, and Hansama Flash is now gone.
TP onto the bottom side from Caps just to try and keep the tier 2 alive, but Kana has his own reinforcements coming and Caps might be in trouble.
About to go into Meganar against the wall. He'll find himself the turret. Is he going to give any redistribution of damage instead? Caps dies. Vladdy is 6-1-2 versus the mid lane legend. And feeling good on this game again. 3,000 is the individual lead between them.
The idea was that G2 would use their comp to get a quick pick onto Targamas, thinking that what can KC do about it? He doesn't even realize that he's sitting on top of Vision. But the response from KC was just as fast. Yike with a good ultimate, Kalist with his ulti being able to follow up means that G2 don't find that pick. They end up losing a member of their own and they concede the bot tier 2.
The thing for KC, though, is a huge amount of their gold is on Vladdy. If you can pick off Vladdy as G2, maybe you stand a chance, but that is a big maybe, because KC are looking primed in this game. Control littered everywhere on this bottom side jungle, making it really difficult for G2 to try and contest this. And again, Dragon stacking, 3rd Dragon potentially here for KC as G2. How do you try and force this? Targamas has a great flank position here.
But let's see, because Dragon's not done yet. Great ulti from Yike as well. Death Sentence on the Dragon, but it's again the Smite King of Winter. Oh! Korean Techno! Blow G2 apart!
Kana, that was unbelievable! You just connected a 5-man ulti onto G2 and wiped them off the map!
G2 disappear in the blink of an eye, and KC, their eyes are on the trophy sitting in the middle of that stage.
If you weren't convinced of KC holding on to Kana, I hope you are now.
This was unbelievable. The knockup from Targamas, the ulti from Kana, and look at the storm. It wipes away G2. I mean, how can you not be happy with a play like that? That is a highlight reel that will last for years to come, as KC, with a 5k gold lead, are looking to 3-0 the reigning champions.
I knew KC had it in them, but I did not expect them to come in like this. G2 haven't stood a chance. KC have been clean, they have been quick, they have responded where they need to. And G2 look lost against this team.
Nothing good happens to Europe in the bot lane. Nothing good happens to G2 in the bot lane. And while they might find mid-turret, while they might stem some of the bleeding that has moved to 5k now for Artikan's gonna die. Kalista's defending this. Bit of wave clear, and at least G2 are trying to get some gold back on the map, but the turret not going to be hit any further. The wave's gone, the curtain call out as well. Hansama wants to get away, the quickness in front of the Dark Passage. The last shot hits Lebrov. G2 are escaping, but a deadly flourish and a zone from Vladdy around what needs to be used. In they go. Chaos Storm, though, not catching them by their big toe.
My goodness, it is getting tense as G2 get forced out of KC's side of the map. They're still hovering around the top lane looking for a potential pick. Anything, if they can get a shutdown onto Vladdy, it would be huge, and he may have overstepped.
Artikan, remember, will give him a revive. He's looking for the wave, but he'll be caught. He'll go golden, but there's Enforce coming in as well. Bloody might die, but again, with Atakan, TV going to be burned up as well, but G2 is still running away from this. Even after the teleport from Broken Blade, that crab's got to go rave somewhere else. Deadly throw from Kliss is clean, and Kana setting up to do it again, but instead the knockup's there, and Kana hits them all once more! No, you cannot! He screams into G2's ears! It's KC's new day!
KC just threw the G2 legacy out the window with that ultimate from Kana. The team fighting has been clean, and with that, they are running towards the base. It won't end here, but the stab wounds are bleeding from G2.
With all the gold in their pockets, it may as well be G2 down 7,500 gold. Not a game right now in this finals. Are they looking to grab as Vladdy seemed to be the perfect bait?
It seemed like an easy pick. Get the Atakan off of Vladdy, but the Zhonya's buy so much time. The back is cancelled by Kalist as he makes a beeline towards the top lane. G2 think that they can still get involved in this fight as they have the numbers advantage, but they're immediately forced to retreat. The Mega Gnar is built up on Kana. The root comes through from Kalist, and once again, the knockup from Targamas into the Mega Gnar from Kana. The combo that we've seen before makes a reappearance as G2 are wiped once more.
Kana has been the cherry on top.
Oh yeah.
When it has been Targamas who has been the one to bake this incredible cake, constantly finding these knockups, constantly setting him up. And it's every single member of KC who have stepped up to the mark today. Every single member who is playing out of their mind to take home the first potential title for KC and put a new name on the board of the LEC winners.
Vladdy coming out of the ERLs. Kalist, it's been such a long time coming into the LEC. In his first split on the brink of a title. It's crazy. It's just like Yike, except Yike didn't get to go to an international. Yike didn't get the same opportunity, and Kana, while they look for him, will have the opportunity to get away. KC still so far up as Dragon Soul spawning in 30 seconds.
TP in towards the mid lane from Vladdy, though. G2 are trying desperately to get on towards this Dragon, but they've left their base very vulnerable as a result. Tansama has to go, and now it's 4v5.
KC are enclosing on them. Yike with the perfect ulti as well, and Targamas just charms up. Skumon can't get out alive, and Kana is about to go mega once again. Will fly in and smack him down. Know your place and kneel. KC challenging the kings, changing dynasties, and changing the fate of European League of Legends.
The wave of minions is coming, and a new wave is coming to the LEC.
And it's a new day, isn't it, with the minions channeling into the base. It is a blue day, a day for the old kings to finally kneel from 10th place to finalists, from last place to the first stand. Carmine Corps are your new kings of winter 2025 with the Nexus exposed. Long may they reign!
Nothing but demolition from Carmine Corps as they 3-0 the Grand Slam holders of G2. After losing to them only last week, they recovered with nothing but conviction and confidence, slamming their authority down and cementing themselves as champions of the Winter Split.
A record broken from G2. It was a team that stood as the record holders of the longest title streak in the LEC. And now there is one man who holds it, and that man is Yike, who is taking to the stage to lift that trophy for a 7th time in a row.
As we present to you the trophy ceremony presented by Kia, your Winter 2025 champions, Europe look blue, it's KC! As they mark their line in the stand, or the sand, going to first stand.
Kalist in his first split in the LEC will become an LEC champion. Yike will continue his win streak. Targamas and Kana add another trophy to their cabinet.
That man.
And what a performance from the players.
It's heavy. but so was his role in this game. That nah was unbelievable.
I mean, it is a highlight play that will last for quite a while, I think.
2020 summer was the last time he lifted an LCK title, and his play today has had him lift an LEC title nearly 5 years later. But it is everyone on KC who stepped up today. It is everyone on KC who gets to lift that trophy. And there are so many smiles on the face of the KC fans.
And the man, long have we waited, but Kalist is now activated. He comes into the league and in his first split, just like Yike, wins everything. It was a rough 2024.
I mean, it was a really rough. I mean, you highlighted it beautifully, Asterix. 10th place, the laughing stock of the league, the bottom of the barrel. But a year later, here they are, lifting the trophy, and they will be representing EMEA at the First Stand International Tournament.
The first one of its kind, and the fact that it's not G2 going is a sight to behold.
And a proof that dreams really can come true. Kalist had to wait an extra year to get to the LEC, but wins that title the second he does. It looks rough for Yike as he left G2, but now he stands as a holder of that title once more with KC. For Carmelo, a man who waited so long to get a team in the LEC, and now it is his team that he built from the ground up that is standing in the confetti of celebration on that stage.
I mean, I can only imagine the excitement on that man's face right now. He is living the dream. This is what he built this roster for. They wanted to compete not only domestically but internationally, and they will now have that opportunity. Fresh faces to the international stage, and Kalist and Vladdy, they've proved themselves domestically, but now they get to go up against the world's best and show what they have to offer.
Only 5 teams get to go. It's an exclusive event for only the very best. And KC, after what was an exceptional series, have earned their place there. They blew G2 out of the waters. I'm sure they blew G2 fans out of the waters. And the craziest part is,
they did it in a 3-0.
They did it in a 3-0.
It was so clean as well. It felt like everything G2 tried to knock on, any weakness they could try and find in the wall, was just plugged up immediately by KC. And now they stand champions of EMEA.
An impressive performance, to say the least. They will be riding this wave to Korea to compete in First Stands. But nothing but congratulations needs to be given to the bounce back, to the journey that they've made, but to this incredible accomplishment as KC can crown themselves as the kings of Europe.
They can indeed. They stop a long line of wins from G2, standing on stage, ready to talk with his first championship, or rather, the first of his kind. Shock standing by with the legend in Kalist.
Kalist, from the LFL to EMEA Masters to the LEC, what does it mean to win your very first title?
It means a lot. I don't know, I'm still excited from the games, I guess, but it feels so good. It just feels so good to win. I feel like LEC is my new home now, and I really wanted to win my first split, my very first split, come here and actually just send a message, like, I'm here and I will stay, and I will try to get all the trophies that I can get.
Absolutely. Talk to me a little bit more about that, about the fact that you were so awaited here in the LEC, that you had to sit at home and watch and see that the team wasn't doing that well and what you wanted to contribute, and how much that motivated you to work so much harder this split, but also this week after suffering that defeat to G2 last week.
Yeah, I mean, it was really frustrating last year that I couldn't join, and I saw that the team was just not performing, but I made sure that this frustration doesn't slow me, but it actually is something good for me. So I worked really hard in my year in my last year, sorry, in LFL, to make sure I will be in a really good shape to join the LEC. I think I'm pretty happy with my first splits. There were up and downs. I think, for example, yeah, the last best of 5 against G2 was not great. I really fumbled it, but again, I'm just working really hard to make sure I can give the best to my team, and I really make sure that everyone feels good in the team. The fans are aware that we're working hard and that they are also very important in our working because they really helped me a lot going through the last best of 5 against G2.
Yes, and when it comes to playing versus G2 specifically, a lot of teams we see crumble even when they are 1 game or 2 games ahead. They quote it often, saying that G2 is very hard to play in this finals. So why did you and KC crack the code, you think?
I think we were just really hungry. Overall, we were really hungry, and you know, we got a bit smashed last week, so all of us had really high expectations in going against G2. We also knew this time how to play against them. Like, I think we never really struggled to play against G2 in official or in scrims. It's just I think they had a new way of approaching the game last week, and well, we were not expecting it a lot. I mean, at all. And we got a bit surprised, but I think we are just really hungry. We really want to show everyone that, like, we are all good players. We will make it to international events, and we really want to make sure we are showing a good impression of Europe there.
Maybe Europe needed a bit of a wake-up call, and perhaps KC can serve as such, but you said it. You are going now to First Stand, the international event, and we know that the fans expect so much. What are your fighting words for your first international foray and what you can do for Europe there?
I'm really excited. It's been a lot of years that I'm actually watching the international events, and I'm really dreaming to be there. So I will give my best. I will really work so hard, and I will just fight as hard as I can. I will never give up, and I'm really excited to be there.
Ok. Un petit mot en français pour les fans ici à la maison.
J'aime pas dire ça, mais j'ai l'impression que c'est un peu une routine de dire un grand merci aux fans. Mais vraiment, du plus profond du cœur, un grand merci à vous tous, à ceux qui sont là déjà et à ceux qui regardent le stream et qui nous supportent tous les jours. Ça veut vraiment dire énormément de choses. Par exemple, vous pouvez prendre l'exemple de Targa qui a reçu beaucoup de vagues de haine, et ça l'aide beaucoup. Et personnellement, je peux vous le dire, la semaine dernière, je ne serais pas revenu aussi fort que je le suis aujourd'hui sans vous. Donc sincèrement, un grand merci et je vais tout donner aux First Stands.
There we go. Thank you so much, Caliste. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations. And we will walk over to a very important player on KC that we need to talk to whilst I summarize what Caliste said for our viewers who don't understand French maybe. A big thank you, as he always does, but also for supporting Targamas, who didn't have the best time online, right, in the last year, and also specifically the uplifting words for Caliste after last week. But now, yike. Was it just always yike difference?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. This is like I'm still in shock, you know, after what happened today.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I know you believe that you could win, of course, but this is the best KC has played all split. How come?
I don't know. I think everyone was just, as Chris said, everyone was so hungry. I think the fact that we have like 2 very young rookies, they really want to prove themselves, and I think they did today.
They absolutely did, but you did as well. You needed to make the difference. Everyone did, Kana as well. Can you say something about stepping into Game 3? The fact that yesterday you experienced what it was like to lose 2 after you were 2 up, and kind of your motivation and calling in this game specifically, because it wasn't a 1 game for the start. You needed some very good engages, some very good moves from Kana as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we were just talking about we won't do the same mistake as last time. We don't want to get too excited. I think that was the biggest problem. It's very easy to get too excited when you're 2-0 up. So we just took it like it was the best of 1, basically. And I said it, I think everyone said it. And I think Targa was also very good at keeping everyone calm, like me and Targa. And I think everyone just did such a good job.
For sure. I know it's hard to have perspective right now because it just happened, but this is crazy. You came into the league, into G2, you did fantastic in the beginning, and then people maybe started to doubt, is this yike gonna have as much of, or as big of an influence? The internationals didn't go exactly the way you would have wanted. You wanted to show more. You get pushed in this position, you grab it with both hands, and you win the goddamn title 3-0 over G2. What?
I don't know. I'm so shocked. Like, I'm just so proud of everyone. I think It was such a hard off season for sure. I was in the best team in Europe for it's the best team for 2 years, and I got kicked obviously, and yeah, everything just changed, and I felt like I had to take a new role, and I feel like I did it well, I guess, and I just met everyone here, and I'm so proud of meeting everyone and just getting to know everyone, and everyone is so good in the team.
It's amazing. Yeah, I want to thank your KC fam.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for supporting us, supporting me, supporting my team. I'm so thankful. It's my home, you know. KC is my home, and I feel so proud to be here. Thank you so much, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Yike. Let's go. And of course now for Lore and PGL with the rest of the victorious Carmine Corps.
Thank you so much, Shox. Berlin, encore une fois, one more time for KC, Europe's winter champions, please. Vladi, this question has to be first for you because you've been dodging stage interviews for a split now. I feel like you had to win to be dragged on stage. I read something on Reddit today that I thought was quite interesting. They were saying people are calling Vladi the next Caps, but actually I think he is the first Vladi, the first in the LEC who managed to push Caps to this limit. How do you feel about the performance you had today, and overall, what you managed to achieve this split in the LEC?
Obviously, it feels very good to beat Caps. He's the best mid laner in Europe. A lot of respect to him, even though they lost. And yeah, it feels great. It's my first LEC championship in 2 splits, and yeah, I feel very happy.
Targamas, we were talking about the redemption. You were telling me that you never lost faith. Today you celebrate a title with a second team. The first one you won was with G2. Today you defeat G2 to get this title with KC. What is the first thing that came to your mind when the last Nexus exploded?
I think just the relief. Like for me, it's been 2 years basically ever since I got kicked out of G2 that I've been dreaming of this day. You know, like every night, every day, it was about like I need to win LEC again, right? Even more when I started to have bad results, and then people were saying, "Oh, this guy's boosted. He got boosted by Caps, by BB, by those guys." And then, yeah,
and then
today is the day that I proved it wrong, right? So I'm very happy.
Was it personal?
No, it was not personal. Like I'm still in very good terms
right.
with everyone. Like I don't have any bad feelings or anything towards them. I mean, it was a while ago anyway. It's just, I'm just so happy because yeah, I dreamt of this moment for a while, and I'm just happy to be going back to international event and yeah.
Rhea, Apples. This one is for you both, actually. Taking one Nexus down is one thing. Taking the second down is something. But something we've been talking about backstage was, you've seen this before. The first 2 games against Fnatic, they were good. Third one, not so much. Same against G2 last week. First 2 drafts were amazing. The third one, not so much. What was the attitude before going into game 3 today, and how did you know that this one was going to bring you this trophy?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think like we predicted what was going to happen in game 3. And like Apples had a crazy good plan to go for the game 3, so I was really confident. And then when I saw the final draft and how they're supposed to punish our picks, we were like really confident, and we knew that like Vladi on Victor is mega good and is going to be able to carry this game. And once the early game went through, we knew that against this team is completely different than against Fnatic. Fnatic is really good at engaging. I think G2 is a really good early game team, but if we're able to match them, it's going to be in a good way. And it's what happened during the 3 games. So for sure, I think there was a huge adaptation and a huge step up from Apples from last week, who helped me a lot this week, and I'm really happy to work with him.
Apples, can you tell me a bit more about your strategy, preparation, and everything that made KC the success it was today?
I mean, last week I felt like I could have done way more when it comes to prep, but today I was just like, Vladi, you are playing insanely well. I think you were the best mid, and with the champions that were out, I thought it was just the meta where you pick the strongest blind pick mid laner, and that was Victor to me. I don't care if he goes Aurora. We have winning mid. We knew what Scumant is going to pick. We told the Ike just pick the stronger jungler so Vladi can get his items. And that's what happened. And also we stopped putting Kana on tanks.
Don't put Kana on tanks. I think that's one of the things that the fans cared the most about. Kana. Do you have any message for the fans? Because we don't hear from you enough. Do you want to say thank you maybe to the fans? For the very first time, Kana in English, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, my fans.
Come on!
Yeah. Today I'm so very happy because we are Winter Split champion. By the way, I can't speak English well, but next time if I have interview, I will make good English. Thank you for guys and my teammates, my coach. Thank you.
Thank you, Kana. I mean, Vladdy, yesterday you said that you had something to prove. You had something to prove against Broken Blade, especially. Do you have any comments on your top laner's performance today?
On my top laner's performance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did very good. Like his NAR game was insane, game 3. His Rumble game was also very good. The first one was a bit rusty because the swap wasn't very good, I would say. So yeah, I think he did very good. He was pretty consistent and good job to him. I think he outperformed BB.
Yeah, the next one is for you, of course, playing against G2. That's something you've talked about earlier. What this means to you as well. What is this title about for you? With new colors, new teammates, a new chapter in your history, but still smurfing in the LEC.
I mean, for me, I would probably say like redemption after everything that happened the last 2 years. I'm still happy for everything that happened, but I got to really prove myself, and I think the whole team could prove themselves after also like Casey having a pretty bad year last year. So yeah, I mean, I just say redemption, you know.
Caliste, maintenant. The last time we've been on stage like this together was actually EMEA Masters Finals. You're the one who reminded me this minutes before the interview. Completely different stage. You started a couple years ago in second division. Today you get your first title after your first split in the LEC. You're gonna go to Korea in a couple days. Jackie Love, Viper, Jan ahead of you. Who do you want to take down the most?
I don't know what to say. I'm just really happy and excited overall. It's the first part of my dream becoming true. I'm finally able to play in LEC, win LEC, and actually go to international events. And I really want to play against Korean and Asian teams to see, well, the AD carries and the bot lane. For example, Jackie Love, Viper, just really insane players, and I'm really excited to play against them and try to learn as much as I can to one day be myself the best AD in the world.
Always dream high. That's been the goal for KC so far, and it has paid off. We've heard from the whole team for now. We will hymn them a bit later, but let's have a look at who is the Kia Finals MVP. Vladdy! Yes, they're cheering your name as they should, I think. Vladdy, what does it mean to not only win your first title today, but also be crowned the Kia MVP?
Obviously, I'm very happy. I didn't really expect to get the MVP, or I didn't really expect the match to be that easy. I think it was pretty easy, I would say. I'm not trying to be cocky, but yeah. Very relieved and very happy, and I'm waiting to go to Korea and face the best mid laners in the world.
Yeah, first Europe, then the world. Can you tell me who you're most excited to face?
I want to play... I mean, I can't play Chovy, but I wanted to play him because he's my favorite mid laner. But I think Zeka will be the most exciting one, for sure.
Okay, can you wrap up this story for me? Because you were, of course, on this team when it wasn't going well, and I know that you couldn't really show what you were made of, it felt like, right? What was that experience like, and how did you channel that into this year? And how much fun is it for you to play with these guys now that everything is working, and everything you're doing is working too?
I think last year wasn't that bad, I will say. I had very experienced players, Upset, Targa, Kana, Closer as well. I learned a lot. I think I was lacking confidence. My lane also was very rusty. But coming to this year, I adapted very well. I think I improved a lot of aspects of my game. And yeah, I think my lane phase now is very sharp. And I just have a lot of confidence going on stage.
Okay, how long is this gonna last? Because a lot of people are thinking, okay, they can take down G2 or any other team now, but can they keep it going? What are the elements in your play and that of your team that makes you confident that Europe has a new ruler? No pun intended.
We're talking about Kalist?
No, about you and the team and KC.
What was the question?
It's okay. What makes you confident with what you've shown now that you can hang on to this and win not one, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 titles in Europe?
I don't know. I think we're just very good as a team. In scrims, I think we were winning almost every team. I think we were kind of stomping them in our best days. And yeah, I think we are just very good as a team. I think outside of the game, we're also very nice to each other and we are having a lot of fun. And yeah, I think the streak will keep going.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Jacques. What a cute interview from Vladdy and stellar performance from him. I have one last question before we wrap it up here. Vladdy, you're coming back with us. We're taking you all the way here.
I didn't hear you.
Yike.
Hey.
Hey. You're going to go to internationals once again. I feel like you're used to it by now. But it's going to be a first for most of these guys. So do you have any advice, words of encouragement? Anything you want to share about this first experience that you're about to have together in Korea for First Stand?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is just look to enjoy the time. I think it's very, I mean, it's kind of rare for, like, it's always one team going to these international tournaments, and we deserve it today. And yeah, I think we just look to have fun and try to learn as much as possible, because there's going to be a lot of things we can learn, and I think we can improve a lot more from this first international, and hopefully win it as well. I mean, we're going to win it.
All eyes on you guys, especially after today, especially after the performance you all put today. Congrats once again, Chikadolimnida. Congrats once again. Bravo à vous tous. Une fois de plus, one more time for Carminka. S'il vous plaît, Berlin. And that wraps it up here for our 2025 Winter Split in the LEC. It's been an absolute pleasure watching all these games with you, watching the coronement of a new king here in the LEC. We will be back the first day of First Stand on March 10 at 9 a.m. CET. Thank you to the fans, thank you to the teams, thank you to the players, thank you to production, thank you to everyone who made this first split of 2025 unforgettable. And until next time.
Is getting poked out, but again, he might survive on no HP. The shockwave was huge, but there's not enough damage in the king yet. It's through Shot Barrage. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's rolling, and it takes its first victim.
Yeah, take it. I'm ulting by the way, if you can W someone. Leona can be mid, okay? Don't... Buy flash, fire on flash. Don't flash, don't flash, don't flash. Nice one, guys, nice one. I'm ulting. Get this flash, get this flash, get this flash. No? I have TP. You kill him? Nice kill, I kill. I'm fine. Yeah.
Guys, before the draft starts, stay humble, stay calm, stay connected.
I'm TP now. Slow. Look, blitz, no flash. Play slow. Please no flash. No flash, twist. I got you, jump. Go break. I can look, by the way. Look at blitz. Don't start getting okay.
It's winning.
Blitz, no flash, blitz.
I'm fine. Tritana, no jump.
Yeah, good job. Don't focus, that is fine.
if there was ever a reverse sweep, if you never had it, it's today, okay? If you never had a reverse sweep, it's today.
He's going to build out that bar. He will be able to hold the wall for you. Beyond Death as well set up. And Kana into the grinder. Broken blade makes him a grinder.
Fight. I will it. Flash, troll. Look on me. Get in the flash.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Who's the flash actually? No. Okay guys, don't get excited, okay? We can still do this. No way. What the? Kana, let's go. Wait, 60 seconds.
Targa! The redemption Targa! These guys.
Targa, you guys. It's not the redemption, they kicked you, those fucking stupids.
Yeah, but you do!
These idiots.
Let's fucking go. I'm so proud of you guys, okay? You guys stay so fucking good, okay? If you don't kill it,
nice!
get it on! Wait,
Nice! Oh my god!